Hello, Gigliardo.
I'm joined.
Gross. Oh, I hate that Nirvana album cover. Holy fuck, I hate that album cover. Is Greg posted any new slop? Stop talking to these women.
If you're a man, get away from me. Why are you speaking to me? Goodbye, sir.
She's being open, honest, and transparent. And I defend the...
Why are you talking to me? Why do guys always come up to me? And then she has like a boob job, barely wears fucking anything, is like literally wearing underwear on in public. It's all a game, by the way. This is just another meta level of trying to get more attention. So this is an attention-seeking crazy person who is trying to find another level of getting attention by complaining about the attention she's deliberately seeking.
Transparent. And I defend the right of people to be honest.
To me, goodbye, sir.
First of all, why does this woman talk exactly like Akash's wife?
I was popping my pussy and living my best life in these white boy frat houses.
When you see and hear a woman like this, you stay away. Let's first analyze the body language. The bird hands. She's talking at you.
When you talk to me, you're my op.
Who uses the word op?
I automatically think you're my op.
I mean, this woman's 35 years of age. What does she think? She's a rapper? You're my op? Really? My opposition?
Get away from me. Why are you...
Oh, that makes it even better. This woman's a grandma. No wonder she's doing this. Okay, so she's literally an old lady, and she knows her time's up. That's great.
Speaking to me, goodbye, sir.
Why are you speaking to me? Because I want to use the leg press. Because I'm waiting to do some shoulder presses. Why do you think? What really gets to me is the tone of how she speaks. I mean, she couldn't just say...
When I'm at the gym, I'm uncomfortable by men talking to me because I think they're flirting with me. Maybe they're trying to get my number and I...
Why are women always so full of shit, VG?
I don't know, man. It's kind of what they do. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
really don't like that, but when women do it, I don't really feel the same.
Even if that was true, what if the guy's gay?
Excuse me, can I...
How do a gay guy talk?
My God, man. Swoon.
Oh, hello, dear. Can I do a set after you're done, please?
Men who are gay, there's a certain way they stress, they stretch out the vowels. You know that people who are gay, they speak different than men who are straight. The majority of them. And I'm not going to name any names, but, you know, those guys who are still in the closet, Mr.
Also, that's a grandma.
Yeah. Yep. It is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Body IQ donate tailors go to 4150. Watch Clav's Lawyer Beast Mode. It's not letting me seek. Oh, there we go. 4150.
Hello.
Or
Thank you. Okay, so we will start with appearances. So, may I have your appearance, sir?
Braden Peters, 12/17/2005.
Okay, and counsel?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. David Campbell with DM Cantor. Our office is entered at limited notice of appearance.
he meant 02/17/2000.
No, fuck. Turn the audio up on your phone.
02, guys, not 12.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gahn on behalf of the state. Okay. So, let's first address probable cause. Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gahn on behalf of the state.
Pause it.
The court is in.
Okay. So, let's first address probable cause. So, to counsel, the court is inclined to find probable cause as to the alleged offenses. So, one count of possession of a forged instrument is a Class 4 felony. One count of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony.
Your Honor, am I able to make argument on that?
You are, yes. Just give me one moment. Yes. So, give me one more moment. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
so
still
yes, what is
19,
it that
right?
you'd like me to know?
Yes, Your Honor. In terms of the forgery count, ARS 132002A indicates that a person commits forgery with the intent to defraud, and then goes on to say knowingly possesses the instrument. There is absolutely nothing in this Form 4 that indicates that he was possessing any forged item with the intent to defraud anyone. He was asked by law enforcement what his name and date of birth was. He provided his true name and date of birth. Once he was searched and information was taken from his person, that is where that fake ID was located, according to the Form 4. From that, law enforcement cannot infer, and neither can this court, that he had the intent to defraud anyone. According to the statute, had he been in possession of multiple documents, I think the statute references 4 or more forged instruments, then in that instance, the court could infer the intent to defraud. However, given what's written in the Form 4 in this case, there is absolutely no information to support the intent to defraud. As it relates to the next count of entering into a licensed facility using a fake ID, there is nothing in the Form 4 here that indicates that that is true at all. What is indicated in the Form 4 is that law enforcement spoke with the staff of that establishment, and they believed that he was there as a promoter, and the employees who provided information to law enforcement never said anything about him using a false ID to gain access to that establishment. Instead, what they said was that they believed that they had gone through the proper channels in order to get him hired on as an employee to serve as a promoter for that establishment. Nothing in the Form 4, nothing that law enforcement had access to during this arrest, gave them any reason to believe that he used a fake ID to get into that establishment, or that anybody said that he used a fake ID while he was at that establishment. Because of those two things, law enforcement did not have any probable cause in this case to place him under arrest, and because they had no probable cause to place him under arrest for those two predicate offenses, they had nothing to establish that they had the right to search his person, and that's what ultimately gets them to what they are alleging to be illegal substances, prescription substances. They didn't have any right in this case to place him under arrest because there is nothing in this Form 4 that establishes either of those two predicates.
He's cooking, bro. They're fucked.
As it relates to the prescription drugs that are alleged to have been found on his person, there's nothing in this to establish that he does not have a valid prescription. He was not able to produce a valid prescription according to law enforcement this evening, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't have a prescription. And besides the point there, given the information that's available to this court, this would be a first offense drug charge. And so in any event, if he were convicted later on down the road, he would be Prop 200 eligible. He would be mandatory probation without any ability for this court to impose jail as a term of probation. For those reasons, Your Honor, I'm arguing that for the first two predicate offenses, there is no probable cause, which means that the officers should never have arrested him. They should never have searched him. And then even if this court finds that that search was based on probable cause, there is no instance in which he would receive jail as a result of a conviction for that drug offense, given the information that we have available to us.
Thank you, counsel. And Ms. Gaunt, would you like to make an argument?
Yes,
Absolutely
Your Honor.
cooked.
In regards to the probable cause argument related to the forgery count, I think that it's clear from the information in the Form 4 that the intent of having a fake ID that indicates that you are over the age of 21 or 21 is to defraud an establishment so that you can enter in to that location. The Form 4 indicates that Mr. Peters was observed walking into the nightclub along with some other individuals that were with him. I think that it's clear that when he provided that document to law enforcement,
He didn't.
he provided
They're
them
lying.
the information.
Yeah, dude, that's some fucked shit. It's crazy that prosecutors can do this. They're literally lying. They're making up the whole thing. They literally just admitted they had no probable cause to even search him in the first place. So this is retarded. They're saying the search was justified because they saw a fake ID after they searched him? Like, what? This is crazy. Wait, did my headphones cut out? No, it says connected. Why is this muted?
Mike, Mr. Munzer.
Yeah, why is this muted?
To me, my buddy.
The Adderall.
Oh, there
The
we
Form
go.
4 indicates that he did not provide a valid prescription for that drug. So this idea that
So this is retarded. This is a probable cause hearing, and the prosecution is arguing they had probable cause because after they searched him, they found things which they assumed to be illegal. That makes no fucking sense. Like, that's crazy. That's like if a cop just randomly shoots somebody for absolutely no reason, and then they end up finding, like, child porn on their phone. Like, that doesn't make it okay to shoot the person, because after the fact you found out, oh, they were doing something illegal.
because there was no other information in the Form 4 related to that doesn't negate there was no other information in the Form 4 related to that doesn't negate the fact that he was in possession of a dangerous drug that he did not have a prescription for. Additionally, he did also have another prescription-only medication.
This is how the law works, dude. They're all fucking liars. They're corrupt. They can't admit they're wrong. They're just fucking dickheads. We'll watch a bit more of that, though. Thanks for the donation, Body IQ.
How the fuck old is her daughter? 2?
I don't know. Not sure. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hey bro, be careful, that dogshit site Kiwi Farms recently doxxed and swatted another YouTuber because they disagree with his likes and takes. You are on that site too and they were planning on attacking you. Stay safe, bro.
Yeah, whatever. Been through it before, like I care. Thanks for the donation, 3. They're only making it more likely that they end up going to prison for that horse shit, so whatever. Ugh.
I consume around 30 grams of fiber daily. But most of it is dietary fiber. Only 10 grams of it is soluble fiber. Based on your research, does dietary fiber still help you maintain a healthy cholesterol level, and lower cholesterol?
Yes, it does. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Becoming a Caveman, new Israeli cyber film, Radiant Research Labs, founded by Zero click, cyber intelligence, access phones. Okay. Sure, Trump is definitely gonna strike. Okay. Yeah, looks like maybe they're not. Oh. Oh. Mr. Kitters. Oh. Like how they play.
Super Bowl viewers this year.
What Trump accounts could mean for family? Okay, we'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Nigga, donate $3. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Dodo, donate $2. It's like a scene from Portal 2 where you get out of the lab at the end and see grass. Yes. I've seen that. Seen that clip before.
About 2 hours outside Frankfurt.
Okay. I'll take a look at that later. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
In his possession at that time, that law enforcement did not charge him for the misdemeanor for having a prescription drug. But given the fact that he didn't produce, or there's no information in the Form 4 that he indicated to law enforcement in any way that he had a valid prescription for Adderall, it indicates that it was one loose pill. Additionally, I would point out that there's information in the Form 4 that Mr. Peters had been live streaming himself approaching individuals in Old Town Scottsdale asking if he could obtain Adderall. So certainly that factual information would negate the assertion that he in fact has some type of valid prescription for that. But I think given the totality of the circumstances,
we're honestly going to waste court time over somebody taking Adderall. Like this is the best waste of court time. There are child rapists, murderers, people who've broken into homes, beat people, vandalized things. Oh, somebody had Adderall. Like, oh my god, dude. It's just... There's a joke. And again, like, if this is a probable cause hearing, they're literally saying they had probable cause because after they violated his Fourth Amendment rights, they found something on him that may be illegal. Like, it's so retarded.
I believe that there's sufficient information for the court.
He was trolling.
For all of the
people
charges.
with prescriptions can still buy Adderall if they please to. That doesn't mean you don't have one, but he was trolling.
He was trolling.
No, but factually, your statement still doesn't make sense.
I understand. I believe I know what you're going to argue, and that is that in the Form 4, there's no information that Mr. Peters presented that alleged forged device. Is that?
That is correct,
Okay.
and there's nothing in the Form 4 that leads us any inference that he possessed that with the intent to defraud, which is what the requirement of the statute would be in this case. Without more, there is no probable cause for law enforcement to believe that he possessed that document with the intent to defraud anyone. His entry into the club does not
I'm eating Guardian chicken and rice.
give us the ability to infer that that's what was happening. We can infer from the employees at the venue giving statements to...
Dude, like I'm sorry, this is just crazy. If prosecutors say stupid shit like this at a probable cause hearing, they should be fired. Like, they're arguing for probable cause, and then their argument for probable cause is, well, after we violated their Fourth Amendment right, it turns out our suspicions were correct, and he had something on him that was illegal. So, according to her, police can arrest you for no reason, shoot and kill you, do whatever, as long as after the fact they find that, oh, you're a bad person in some way, then it was justified. Like, it is so fucking retarded. They should lose their jobs over this shit.
Is silken tofu a worse form of tofu for protein than extra firm? I see that extra firm has like 5x the protein as silken. But is that just because the silken has more water in it? When it comes to the calorie to protein ratio, are they basically the same?
No. I don't even know why the fuck you're asking me this. Just read the back of a nutrition label. So yeah, silken tofu has more water in it, but it also does have, I think it does tend to have more fat content. But, why are you unable to just read the back of a label? And your first question is just bizarre. Is silken tofu a worse form of tofu for protein? And then you admit, extra firm is 5 times the protein. Why do you have to ask that? So, yeah. It does have more water content, but I think it also does tend to have more fat content in it as well. So the protein to fat ratio isn't quite as good. And why would you eat like 20 fucking pounds of silken tofu to get the same amount of protein as in a small amount of extra firm? Thanks for the donation though, W. Organic Mexican crops, $20. This is what you want to do to the Nirvana baby, question mark. I can't even watch that. Did you have people like this in high school? Yeah. I knew those kids. Doesn't she mildly remind you of Vegetable Police? Is this dumb bitch?
Certain individuals on here saying, wool is murder. Stop exploiting the animals. Just
I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude.
EU is so cucked. This guy really trying to silence everyone and ban platforms like Twitter and arrest course of those platforms because he's letting in 500,000 immigrants from third world shitholes and people are not happy.
Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez is copping criticism from across the globe.
They're doing exactly what the UK and Canada are doing. It's basically all a scheme to lower the cost of labor for corporations and artificially increase the cost of housing so that they can artificially inflate GDP numbers. Like, that's all it really is. It's fucktarded. And it's destroying these countries too, because then what ends up happening is you have this new demographic of voters that are complete fucking scumbags, and then you have liberal governments placating to them in order to get elected again. It's like, it's so insane. Thanks for the donation though, 3.
Can we react to some older men's? Big Lenny and his training partner Andrew Collura compete in the bench press back in 2002. This is when Andrew benched 650 raw.
Yeah, we can watch that. Thanks for the donation, nigga. I just want to watch more of the Clav stuff first.
3 shows you would recommend, please. No anime, no Fallout or Peacemaker, please.
Let's see. Yeah, thanks for the donation, E-Nation. Not strong enough, donate 220. On Doctors Online, do you require calling a doctor for getting the blood work requisition? No. Do they call you every time you get your results to discuss? Yeah, I think one time they didn't. But usually they do. I can't get blood work without an annoying nurse asking why I need all these tests from Ontario 2 with OHIP. Yeah, I never have to call a doctor. I just tell them I'm on steroids and I want to make sure that I'm staying healthy. And then they just get the requisition. They just make the requisition and send it to me. And then after the results come back, they usually call me about it. Thanks for the donation, though, not strong enough.
Honestly, this is even dumber than when SJWs claimed that the animated movie Sing is racist because the anthropomorphic gorillas were mobsters and thought that the movie was therefore making fun of black people even though white Brits voiced them.
Yeah, true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Kumar O'Reilly $2. Can't believe this officer was going this fast while driving through reds. Look both ways, even if you have a green. You didn't give me a link. I'm assuming you wanted to link me that video of that dumb female bitch cop who was in a high-speed chase for absolutely no reason, even though any sensible person would know that she should have called off the chase or just slowed down, especially going through an intersection. And then she ended up killing a guy. And then she was crying, saying she's going to lose her job rather than being worried that the guy's going to live. I'm assuming you're talking about that video. I've already seen it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
To the police that they believe that he was there through the provocation of your emergency.
Yeah, we've already reacted that on stream. Thanks for the donation, though, Kumar.
Proper channels through the liquor license or the licensing liquor board. He was there as a promoter for the club. That was the belief of the venue. The staff at the venue believed that that's why he was there. Nobody said anything about him presenting a false ID.
Thank you. So, for purposes of probable cause, the court is going to find probable cause as to all three allegations. I understand the argument as to possession of the forged instrument. However, I do agree with the state, given the totality of the circumstances, that does meet, that does meet probable cause in this situation.
Okay, so female judge. This is what happens when you have a female judge. Women can't think. They're fucking retarded. They're dumb fucking bitch retard cunts. They're emotionally motivated. And in a probable cause hearing, this stupid dumb cunt bitch judge thinks it was okay to violate the guy's Fourth Amendment rights because after they fucking arrested and searched him, they found, something that they could charge him with. So, apparently, any cop can arrest you for no reason as long as they find something to charge you with afterwards. Fucking idiot, dumb bitch, cunt fucking judge. So, they had absolutely no reason to arrest him in the fucking first place. Nobody fucking said that he used a fake ID, didn't present a fake ID to fucking anybody, didn't fucking show that he had any drugs on him, no evidence of a fucking crime being committed, but because the fucking cops found a fucking, an Adderall pill, God forbid somebody has a fucking Adderall pill in their fucking pocket, and he had a fake ID that he didn't even fucking use. Oh, well, the cops had probable cause because after they arrested him for no reason, they found an Adderall pill and a fake ID he didn't even fucking use. I'm a dumb bitch who doesn't know how to do my fucking job, and I became fucking judge because of DEI initiatives, and I'm a dumb bitch who could barely pass fucking lawyer school, but because the fucking Joe Biden administration needed at least 30% of fucking judges in this court system to be female, now I'm a judge and I get to fucking decide whether or not people go to jail. Probable cause? What? Probable cause. Probable cause is fucking anything. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fucking female judges. There you go. Fucking stupid. What a fucking bitch. Dodo, my mom agrees with me. They're fucking cunts. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Courageous leaders.
This is about as interesting to Gen Zers, Laura, as a Lawrence Welk reunion. I mean, even CNN found it cringeworthy.
By the way, the handle they're using, you can see there, we're zooming in on it, at headquarters_67. 67.
That's funny.
As the kids used to say, well, you know, used to say a lot of things. And I think they also used to say, that's probably...
Dude, what is she even doing? Like, this is such a waste of time. She wasn't a popular candidate the first go-around. Like, she just, like... She's kind of a weird, awkward, I don't know, like, cringe mom. That's sort of how she comes off. And, like, yeah, she's a fucking woman. Americans just aren't voting for a fucking woman. Like, it's... What are they doing? The Democratic Party is just a fucking mess, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
With respect.
Turn it up all the way. Volume.
Probable cause in this situation, and certainly counsel with respect
This is
to
crazy.
the issue on the third allegation. I'm sure counsel will raise that in the future. But for today, I do find probable cause as to all three of these allegations.
The third issue on the third allegation, I'm sure counsel will raise that in the
So again, like his lawyer pointed out, they have no probable cause, and even if this goes to trial, they can't even do anything. All he's going to get is basically a probation with no terms. Why even fucking, like why would... There's clearly no fucking probable cause to begin with. And even if there was, worst case scenario, he's gonna have probation with no terms. Because it's a first offense, it's a little fucking Adderall pill. Who fucking cares? They don't even have any evidence that he, like, again, that he used the ID, the fake ID. So it's like, why even go through with this? Like, it's just a waste of time. It's a waste of fucking money and resources for everybody involved. And then, again, dumb bitch fucking female judge who can't fucking think straight because she's on her period or something. Well, you know, they found a thing on him afterwards, so I think probable cause was there because I'm a dumbass and I don't even know what fucking probable cause is. My fucking vagina tampon is filled up, so I just want to get this done and over with, okay? Fucking idiot.
But for today, I do find probable cause as to all three of these allegations. We do have a status conference on February 23rd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on February 26th.
This is some stupid shit, dude. Like, holy fuck. Society is a fucking joke. It really is. Like, again, of all things, fucking Adderall. You can go to the fucking liquor store and kill yourself with a fucking bottle of vodka. Like, one bottle of vodka can have enough alcohol to fucking kill you. And then they're freaking out about fucking Adderall. Like, and again, just because it's a fucking prescription medication, which doesn't have anything to do with how dangerous it is. Like, it's so stupid. Not strong enough. Donate $2. Are they judgmental about you being on gear? No. It's legal here, luckily, but the medical system treats us worse than heroin addicts and abusive alcohol dads. I've never had a issue with that.
Your mom is watching. Andrea Burgess, do you feel like your incel son is being a bit too sexist and misogynist, given what he just said about female judges, etc.?
No, she'd agree with me. She hates all the girls at her workplace. Like, yeah, most women are fucking dumb cunts. Like, I think she'd agree. Thanks for the donation, 21st. I've never had a doctor ever be judgmental about me being on gear. Like, they've said, oh, it's a little dangerous, you shouldn't do it, and then I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do it anyway, and they don't. Never had a doctor be judgmental about it to me. Also considering lying about my blood pressure to get them to prescribe me telmisartan, they refused me, lol. I didn't even have to lie about my blood pressure, and they still refused to prescribe me telmisartan. I came in, my systolic I think was like 140. It was a false reading. They use the stupid arm strap, which doesn't work for me. Like if you have too much muscle mass, it's gonna read high. But anyway, they got a reading that showed that I was hypertensive, and I told them I'm on steroids, and the reading was hypertensive. Can you prescribe me telmisartan? They refused. And guess what? It was a fucking woman. A fucking dumb bitch female fucking doctor refused to prescribe me blood pressure meds because she said, I'm not in hypertensive crisis. She said she's only comfortable prescribing me blood pressure meds if my blood pressure was over 170. So basically, if I'm at a point where I could die at any moment, then she'd prescribe me blood pressure meds. But if it's just elevated, then no. Just get sick and be near death first, then I'll prescribe you medic. Again, female fucking doctor for you. But yeah, thanks for the donation, not strong enough. I just get telmisartan black market. Ben Boyd and Nutellers, do you and your mom get along / agree on most things or not? Just curious. Yeah, we get along and agree with most things. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Natty Cope Destroyer 9220. Do you have experience with amphetamines? No, never tried them. Trying to get Vyvanse / Dexedrine prescription. It makes me so much more focused and productive. Also find it hilarious they're demonetizing Clav for using Adderall. He uses it for biohacking, cognitive enhancement mostly. They're demonetizing his YouTube channel over using Adderall? What? I mean, there's literally YouTube channels dedicated to, people who are, overcoming drug addiction. They're, ex-crystal meth addicts, ex-heroin addicts who have YouTube channels talking about it. There are so many fucking videos of people experimenting with illegal psychedelic drugs. There are people who have YouTube channels in the United States who, while in the United States, take ayahuasca or DMT or mushrooms. Their channels are not demonetized. What? I think it's just backwards reasoning. They just want to demonetize them for whatever reason. Thanks for the donation, though, Natty Cope Destroyer.
What's up, buddy? Nice and strong. Come on, Lenny.
That's Lenny, right?
Warming up here. Squeeze it. Attaboy. Good. Let's put 210 kilos for Jeff Tingler. On deck, Jim Taylor. Looking at a 606-pound opener. Sit raw. That means
Oh yeah, Power Belly. It's funny how him and Collura had big bellies. Did Lenny forget to, It looks like Lenny forgot to move out of the way for the judge. Dude, he smoked that so fucking easily. 600 pounds. crazy, like nothing. So how much is this?
Sure, Lenny. Come on, Lenny, let's go. Come on, Lenny, let's go. Nice and strong. 210 pound, kilo to 10. Step off.
BTW, what are your thoughts on that stupid Sing controversy? That SJWs claimed the movie was making fun of black people because the anthropomorphic were portrayed as mobsters.
I've never seen it, so I have no idea. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Why don't they just put the judge on the other side so that the guy doing the liftoff doesn't have to move out of the way? Isn't that how they normally do it anyway? $650. Jeez. That is fucking crazy.
Have you kept up to date with Androgenic lately? He's in Thailand with Tony Hughes and Control Murphy. He just got a rhinoplasty and hair transplant.
That's androgenic? What the fuck is going on? Why would he get a rhinoplasty? Hair transplant? Like, the way his hair is, I can't tell where his hairline is, so that might make more sense, but why the rhinoplasty? He looks a hell of a lot different without hair and like the nose. He should stay away from Tony Hughes and Connor Murphy. They're bad news. What is the point?
Our blood in Thailand, what were we looking for? What did we find? Well, mainly testosterone, because over the past several weeks, I increased my enclomiphene dosage to 6.25 milligrams daily and added in 20 milligrams of AC2.
Connor Murphy is just a fucking retard.
To expedite my masseter muscle growth for my jaw transformation. Was my testosterone...
His jaw looks retarded. Like, he looks worse. Why?
Testosterone suppressed or enhanced? Well, absolutely enhanced. So 1,070 nanograms per deciliter on half the enclomiphene dosage. It's usually just in the 8 to 900s. So the enhancement from the added enclomiphene definitely overpowered any suppression from the AC262. Tony and androgenic testosterone were both 3,461. Coincidence?
Yeah, it's probably where I am right now. Right around there. Testosterone has way more safety and efficacy, and just a better effect than enclomiphene. So I don't know what Connor Murphy's deal is. Like, the enclomiphene thing is just fucking stupid. The thing he's doing with his jaw is also just making him look fucking weird. I don't get it. Some of these people just seem a little crazy.
Coincidence? No, it appears that's the upper limit of the test. So they are absolutely supraphysiological. As you can see, their LH is essentially 0, indicating their testosterone is supplied exogenously, and my LH is around 6.6, indicating that my body is still producing its own testosterone. So friendly reminder to get blood work done. You learn.
Connor Murphy's dumb. Thanks for the donation, Anadrol Skittles.
Here's that controversy I'm taking about at the 2.52 mark.
But Zazu...
Number 8. The Gorillas. Sing. Creators of the animated jukebox musical with anthropomorphic animal characters made a bad call with one of their featured species.
Guys, listen, stay where you are. The cops are here.
The storyline follows a group of criminal gorillas with British accents. Although the animals are voiced by white actors, casting gorillas as felons and seeing them jailed is reminiscent of racist ideas about black people.
Where were you? Well, thing is, I went to get gas and...
The actual depiction of the characters behind bars wearing orange jumpsuits is...
I think that's just dumb. People are freaking out about that. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, that's stupid.
Come on, big team, let's go. Andrew, you're on deck. Folks, these are the last 2 lifters of the day. 3rd and 10. 6 on the day. You better get me out. Are you ready? 3. Folks, the last lifter of the day. You better get me out of this thing. Last 10. You're not going to see this anywhere else. Let's go. Come on, Andrew. Tight and strong, Andrew. Tight and strong. Come on now. You got this. Easy 10 for you. Come on, Andrew. Step out of the way. Good job, Spiders. Nice try, Andrew.
I am onion.
Thurston.
Okay.
May catch an ad for Trump accounts.
This year, every American child gets an investment account. And millions will be pre-funded. That's free money.
We can all expand the American dream.
Sign me up.
Trump account.
accounts were enacted via President Donald Trump's Big Beautiful Bill in July. And they are investing accounts for kids under the age of 18. And kids born between 2025 and 2028 are eligible for $1,000 seed.
And clomiphene enhances natural testosterone production while exogenous test decreases it. I don't know what the hell that has to do with anything. At least with clomiphene, your testosterone won't crash if you stop taking it. Why would you stop taking it? It's like saying, oh, well, if you stop eating food, you'll lose weight. So why bother eating food? Because, like, if you stop, you'll lose weight anyway. Well, why would you stop eating food? You're annoying.
Money from the Treasury Department. In addition to the seed money, families can contribute up to $5,000 per year. There's been a growing number of employers who have also pledged to match the $1,000 seed money from the Trump administration for their employees. And then there's been philanthropists as well.
Here's what to know about Trump accounts.
There's been a huge push to raise awareness about Trump accounts, especially in recent weeks. You could only open a Trump account for the first time with the start of tax season, which just kicked off on January 26th. So in the days that followed, there's been a lot of different efforts to kind of raise awareness about Trump accounts. There's a billboard in Times Square. There was a Trump account summit that live streamed from Washington, D.C. The administration is kind of pulling out all the stops to get the word out. And one of the things is this ad that's going to run before the Super Bowl.
1 million people signed up for Trump accounts in the first 6 days of tax season, according to the White House X account.
And the idea is that many millions more could sign up after seeing the ad on Sunday. So the idea, I think, behind the Super Bowl ad is to kind of get a lot of Americans interested in it and not be so partisan.
We're seeing this reoccurring theme of it being patriotic accounts and opportunity for all Americans pursuing the American dream.
The idea behind Trump accounts is that any child can share in wealth building opportunities. It's previously been kind of an ongoing issue that not everyone is invested in the stock market. Not everyone shares in the same opportunities to build wealth, and investing is a huge part of that.
All you have to do is put your money in an index fund. It's all you have to do.
The top 20% wealthiest American households own nearly 93% of all stock in the U.S.
And this is a way to kind of level the playing field.
It definitely comes at a time where affordability is a major issue for Americans. We're in a midterm election year, and so the Trump administration has been increasingly focused on economic policy.
So this is one way to kind of address those needs head on by
It's probably a way to artificially inflate GDP growth.
reaching out to individual households, offering an opportunity to start an investment account for children and have that account grow over time. Plus, the initial seed money really gets people's attention. And why wouldn't you want that kind of funding or free money, which is really what it is?
But there are
The most sensible thing to do would be so you have a family, have like a certain, tax rebate if you have kids. Every year when you file your taxes and you get the rebate back for your kids, rather than that rebate going in the parent's bank account, it goes to a account for the child, and basically it gets put into an index fund where it just grows over time. And then you could just have that be able to get accessed, either when they're an adult or like maybe when they're like 30 or something. Like, you can make it whatever. That would make the most amount of sense. Why would you even make it like It would just make way more fucking sense if this wasn't a opt-in. Like, it just happens. Sort of like, what is it? What's the retirement thing that you just have to pay into through your taxes? You know what I'm talking about. You know, the thing... You know, pee pee poo poo bum bum.
Are some potential barriers for those who don't know how to opt in or don't opt in.
You have to file a form when you fill out your tax reform in order to open an account, or you can sign up online. But that does leave out some people that may not take that initiative.
No, not 401k, jackass. Social Security.
Or they don't even file a tax return, and that would be primarily low-income families.
There's certainly been a bipartisan push to make investing more accessible to the masses. This idea of being able to generate wealth from, you know, infancy could potentially have the power to grow a significant amount of money when considering, you know, long-term impact. TrumpAccounts.gov projects that a $1,000 deposit could grow to $6,000 by age 18, $15,000 by age 27, or $243,000 by age 55. And that's...
This would make way more fucking sense if this wasn't an opt-in option. Just every time you file your taxes and you have kids, just automatically have a fucking rebate that goes into this kind of program. And then, like, depending on whatever the fuck they want to do, if you have that sort of system, you probably wouldn't have to wait till age 55 for it to be worth shit. But that would likely solve the Social Security issue and probably be better than Social Security. And if this was an automatic thing where, like, every time you get a tax rebate when you file your taxes, it would generate more money anyway by the time they're 18. So, like, it just makes... I don't know why they wouldn't do something like that.
That's based on S&P 500 historic annual average returns of over 10%. However, those are optimistic projections according to some analysts. In fact, there are some that have predicted that U.S. stock market returns could be lower potentially over the next decade.
And that means that the Trump account may not grow as much as initially projected. And I mean, there's a chance it could even go down if there's a real obstacle ahead.
That's been one of the criticisms of Trump accounts, is whether or not families can afford to continually max out those accounts throughout those years, which would reach those long-term growth projections that we've seen from the Trump administration. Most advisors would recommend that if you're eligible for the $1,000 Treasury seed money, the matching contribution from an employer or a gift from philanthropists, to absolutely take that free money, open the Trump account, take that free money, but then beyond that, to consider other account options as well, because there are varying tax implications of both Trump accounts as well as other options, and you really have to consider your family's goals overall.
The money that accumulates in Trump accounts will be partially subject to regular income taxes when it's withdrawn. A 529 college savings plan, on the other hand, is tax deferred.
And the money can come out tax-free for qualified education expenses like tuition and other expenses related to college. You also have the option to potentially roll the unused balance of up to...
Oh, $15,000 for college. Yeah. What is that going to get you? I can finally become a dentist assistant. What a joke.
Top 5 guts moments.
If somebody rapes your child and you kill a rapist, then you will still be seen as an evil murderer by most people. Sure, some may understand why you did that, but nobody will really want to be around you anymore.
Where did he get that idea that people are sensitive towards child rapists.
More because you are not a good slave anymore. The definition of rape is any sexual contact without consent. But the question is there such a thing as consent? Oh, what really gets to me are the fucking Americans who will have these Ukrainian flags put up at their house. What you're doing is fucking virtue signaling. And the reason you do that is because you want people to believe that you're a good human being, a good slave. All of a sudden, some black people would come out of the forest. Then I would have no need to differentiate between them. I wouldn't need to focus on any details such as a mole in their face, seeing as all of them would mean danger to our family. It's a foreign animal, so to speak. It's almost a different species. Millions of people on this earth right now are waiting for the return of Jesus Christ. I know that a lot of you already figured it out over the years, but for the ones who still haven't, hello, it's me, Jesus.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Seems Jeff fired on each other's. Does he have a point, or is this natty propaganda to keep you small?
Cycle will hurt. Bro, you take one cycle, I'm telling you, you're never going to get the same workouts. You're never going to get the same pump that you got on that cycle. If you're like me, I struggle with addiction. Some people don't. You know, some people can do one cycle, they never do it again. I'm willing to bet 80% of the population doesn't feel that way. Most people take a cycle and are like, man.
If you look at the rate of addiction for most drugs, it generally falls around 15 to 20%. I think tobacco is, if not the highest, one of the highest. I think it's around like 27% addiction rate. I think crystal meth is something like 23%. Heroin, I think that's around 20%. Cocaine, that's like around 15 or 17%, something like that. So assuming steroids roughly have a similar pattern of addiction to other drugs, you'd suspect it would probably be around 15 or 20%. Like, they work totally differently. Like, that you can't compare steroids to like meth or tobacco or something. They are dopaminergic and GABAergic, at least testosterone is. So like, they do just make you feel better. You're probably less likely to get addicted to something like Anavar because, again, it doesn't have those dopaminergic and GABAergic properties. But, yeah, like, even assuming, like, again, steroids would have some sort of comparable rate of addiction, which I don't know why you'd expect it to. Worst case scenario, yeah, it'd probably be around 20% of people who do their first cycle, they never want to come off. I don't know why that's a problem. 99.9% of dudes should be on testosterone anyway. Testosterone is remarkably fucking safe. It's one of the most well-tolerated drugs in existence. Who fucking cares? Big fucking diddly-do. So,
man, I can't wait till the next one. So I'm saying this to my younger audience who's like, sees this stuff online. Red 140, you know, LGD, this, that, oh, get on test. Like, bro, if you're not trying to...
What if the DEA decides to crack down on UGLs in the future? If they never really have. You're more likely to miss testosterone doses if you're getting testosterone through a TRT clinic or through a doctor than you are through a UGL source. The reason for that is pharmacies very commonly end up being out of stock on testosterone, and because it's a prescription basis, you can't stock up on the medication. You can only refill the medication once you're nearly out or out of the medication you currently have. So what often happens with people who are getting testosterone through a doctor or a TRT clinic is they'll go to refill their prescription, and then they'll learn at the pharmacy, oh, sorry, we're out of stock. We're going to get the new shipment in about 6 to 8 weeks. So then for about a month or two, you can't take the medication you're supposed to be on. And then, and that periodically happens. There's also other issues where a lot of pharmacies will get their medication through compounding pharmacies. And a lot of compounding pharmacies are just garbage. They don't batch test, so they might have human error when it comes to making some of their batches. And they massively underdose the testosterone that you're supposed to be getting. I've seen so many fucking stories of dudes literally getting half the dose of testosterone they're supposed to be getting. Like, they literally tell their doctor, okay, like, I've quadrupled the dose and it's still not enough. Then they get their shit tested. Turns out they're taking the testosterone, which is supposed to be at like 250 milligrams per mil. It's like 100 milligrams per mil. So you're more likely to not be able to get a consistent supply of testosterone or whatever steroids you're on if you're getting it through a prescription.
Become an Olympian or an IFBB pro or build a career from this or make money from this, in your head thinking you're just going to get one cycle to gain some size and then go back to being natty for the rest of your life, bro, you're opening a can of worms that is not worth opening, brother.
I see.
By the way, plenty of people do that.
Seriously wish more people understood this before hopping on gear and thinking it's going to be some kind of magic bullet. You know, it's easy to believe that once your physique hits a certain level, you'll finally be satisfied. Like there's some finish line where you look in the mirror and go, all right, I made it.
That's most people, by the way.
I'm good now. But the truth is that no matter what level you reach, not just in bodybuilding, but in any area, it's always cool for a short time, but then your brain quickly adapts.
Most people do not have that issue.
Just becomes the new baseline and the target keeps moving with it. Add drugs into the equation though, and things get a lot messier because now your progress is dose dependent. The only way to keep growing is to keep taking more, and lowering the dose means going below the new baseline you've
Nope. That's not how that works.
Established for yourself. That muscle is more so rented rather than owned, and what—
Oh my god, I love hearing this. The muscle's rented rather than owned. If you're natural, you have to keep training and keep eating to maintain the muscle mass you have. So it's rented, right? If you stop training, you lose the muscle. If you stop eating, you lose the muscle. So I don't understand how taking steroids means your muscle is more rented than it is when you're natural. Like, that idea makes no fucking sense.
What happens when you eventually have to come off and watch yourself regress so
You don't have to come off. Why would you assume you have to come off?
significantly? People talk about gear as if it's purely a physical decision in terms of cardiovascular.
Like, by the way, everybody gets old. Like, there's going to be a point where you just lose muscle because you're old. Like, do you think you're going to look the same at 20 as you do when you're 80? So should you just kill yourself now? Like, it's just so stupid.
Risk, hair loss, acne, but very few talk about the mental contract you're signing up for, which could be the most dangerous part of all. I'm not strictly—
Steroids, at least testosterone specifically, improves mental health. There is clear, obvious, like, massive fucking data on this. Testosterone improves mental health. It is the single best drug in terms of improving mental health symptoms.
Anti-PED, but I do think most people will be much better off staying natural in the long run.
No, they're not. So let's see. Worse mental health, lower physical performance, less muscle mass, less insulin sensitivity. Testosterone specifically actually seems to improve lipid parameters. You usually see the bad LDL or ApoB go down when you're on testosterone. And even for elderly individuals, up to doses of 600 milligrams, it doesn't, 600 milligrams per week, which you are solidly juicing at that point. There is not a statistically significant difference in terms of blood pressure between people taking 600 milligrams per week and people taking nothing. So between natural and solidly juicing on 600 milligrams of test, no statistical difference in blood pressure. So let me see. I will have worse mental health, not feel as good, not be as productive, feel less motivated, less sex drive, more prone to losing muscle as I age, more like increased risk of type 2 diabetes, very likely increased risk in heart disease because of how testosterone has beneficial effects on lipid parameters. You have to like again, testosterone naturally declines with age. So you're going to be more prone to age-related issues. So like less muscle mass as you age, less sex drive as you age, feeling shittier as you age. Again, more prone to chronic disease, more prone to injuries like hip fractures. Yeah, most people should stay away from testosterone. I'm a faggot. I'm a gay bitch. I don't want to be big and strong. Being big and strong is bad. I want to be a bitch. Oh my god. Fucking gay. Thanks for the donation, dude.
The Young Turks are compiling that Epstein had ties to Israel, not that he was a pedophile.
What was... There is far more evidence that Epstein had some relationship with Vladimir Putin and the Russian regime than with Israel.
Really going on with Epstein? Because Epstein was more than just a serial pedophile and a pervert. Place and which
they wrote when they thought no one was looking.
Agent himself, or was he an asset? And that Dershowitz.
Yeah, so there's only one mention of the FBI looking into him with some Mossad connection or something. There's way more evidence of him working with the Russian regime.
Influenced many students from wealthy families, for example, Josh Kushner and Jared Kushner.
Yeah, we've already seen this shit. There's not anywhere near as much evidence that he has ties to Israel, and again, they're just focusing on that shit because they're anti-Semites. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Animal Gains when I tell your Super Bowl is so fucking retarded low. Imagine spending money to watch this boring ass shit. Also, here's some animals. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's enjoying an apple. Oh my god, bears love apples. It's a nice bear eating his apple. Look at him munch on his apple. That's a good bear. Just a nice friendly bear eating an apple. So nice. Yeah, the Super Bowl's fucking gay and retarded. Like, I guess aside from Power Slap, football has to be the dumbest fucking sport of all time. Oh, it's your baby. It's your little baby bear. Yeah, if you ever see a baby bear, you should run away, because the mom is probably close by, and they're very aggressive. Yeah, it's your baby bear. I saw a dumb bitch once on Facebook who found a baby bear in the woods, and she started filming with it and picking it up and shit. And then, of course, the mama bear found her and then chased after her. She got away. She didn't even, like, get bitten or slashed or anything. But she got fucking lucky. Like, dumb bitch didn't even fucking realize you shouldn't go near a baby bear. They're cute, though. Yeah, what is this? You should not go near baby bears. Oh. Ow. Oh, those look like sun bears. Oh my god, little baby bear and little baby puppy. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh my god. They're babies. Oh my goodness, they're all babies. See how they're babies? Oh, that baby's scared. Thanks for the donation, Animal Gains. Dodo donators, Trump is causing hopeless Iranians to suicide. Suicide and protest of U.S.-Iran talks. Reported suicide death of a young Iranian man. Followed renewed discussion. I'm gonna... yeah. Well, thanks for the donation. Don't send me suicide videos on stream, please.
Cassidy Campbell pulls up on Clav. I guess he dropped the born-again Christian thing based on how he's talking.
Hey, can I at least have sex with
This is a character.
With you
So
before you leave Scottsdale? Come on, bruh. You so fucking sexy, bruh. They give you one? Yeah.
who cares? The guy's a jackass. Thanks for the donation, dude. Geek and Veins, when he tells us how much do you think he took? Why did this end so badly?
We are heading to...
When on TRT, almost every negative, positive visual change happened.
my washroom right now, so dog has a... that occurred. There's a whole lot of mental...
I genuinely do not care about anything this guy says. This guy is a drug addict. He has been on TRT for a while, and he's also been a drug addict for a while. So when he's talking about like faster aging, this guy has openly and admittedly been on a number of drugs that he has had an addiction to while also being on testosterone. His girlfriend left him with her son and because of his drug addiction. So why would you trust anything this guy says about TRT when he's also being addicted to drugs during this entire time? Whatever. Great. Thanks for the donation, dude. 21st, $22. Why do you do so many shrugs? Half the time I check into your workout sessions, you're doing shrugs. I do shrugs when I train back. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Will my dad disagree with you? He loves football.
Your dad's dumb. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. He didn't off himself in that video. That one was just the explanation he made that was scheduled to upload if he did that. Also woke. Okay. Let me see.
I always tell people the day the Latino, African American, Asian, and other communities realize that they share the same oppressor is the day we start winning. Because we are the majority in this country now. We have the ability to take over this country and to do what is needed for everyone and to make things fair. But the problem is our communities are divided. They're completely divided.
Whatever. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
$35,000 into a Roth IRA for beneficiaries.
Another option available to families is a UGMA or UTMA custodial account for minors, a form of taxable investment account with no contribution limits. Families can also open a custodial Roth IRA, but the child needs to earn income to be eligible.
One of the key elements of a Trump account is that money is locked away. Once you contribute to a Trump account, you really can't take the money back out. It's pretty much locked there.
Honestly, that's a good thing. Most people are fucking chimpanzees. That's why Social Security was made. That's why Social Security is better than a 401k as well. As soon as there's some sort of emergency, people take out their 401ks or they take out whatever investments they made and then they use that money for the emergency rather than figuring out some other way around it. And then there you go. There's your retirement. Gone. There's like all sorts of savings that you could have had in the future, totally gone. So honestly, that's a better system, considering most people are retarded chimpanzees. Systems like this are designed that way with that in mind, like Social Security. So I don't think that's like a fair criticism of the Trump thing. If you're very wealthy, yeah, that's not a great thing for you maybe, but if you're a normie, everyday broke ass, you would want something like that.
Also, those aren't sun bears. Those are actually American black bears. Some black bears just have those markings on their chests.
Interesting, I didn't know that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
until the beneficiary turns 18. So it's not a substitute for a type of savings account where you may need to make withdrawals. You really can't do that with a Trump account without penalties.
How many families actually take advantage of Trump accounts remains to be seen. A July report from Credit Karma found that fewer than 1/4 of parents polled had a 529 account for their children.
The chance to collect any sort of free money from the federal government is a really big deal. Just like you would want to get the employer match for your 401k, you really don't want to turn down the opportunity for this $1,000 seed money if your child is eligible for it. So experts across the board pretty much recommend at least opening the account and benefiting from either the federal government's money, or there could be other free money available through your state. So you want to make sure you can take advantage of that.
Ah, fuck.
If you're a
Dodo Nutelers, so you support the Trump accounts. I didn't say they're good or bad. I don't know enough about it yet to really have an opinion. I think there would have been a way to make something similar that would have made way more sense, made people more money, and made the government and corporations more money. So, thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Lies the town of Schweinfurt. Dating back to 791, it's one of the oldest towns in Bavaria. Today, Schweinfurt is part of an auto industry that's at the center of Germany's modern industrial might.
The auto industry is really the backbone of Germany.
German car makers are among the most famous in the world. Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen. But supporting the iconic brands is a vast network of parts manufacturers. One of them is the Job Group, based near Schweinfurt.
So we are the main machining plant here of our headquarters.
Its CEO is Martin Buchs.
We are an automotive supplier, mainly, for maybe 80% of our business. We're supplying directly to the OEMs, the vehicle manufacturers, and supplying to the tier 1 suppliers that supply to the vehicle manufacturers like Audi, Mercedes, Volkswagen, Porsche. So you can find our parts in all of these vehicles.
But the German auto industry is facing stiff headwinds. Germany employed over 800,000 auto workers in 2018, a number that fell to just over 720,000 last year. And it isn't just auto manufacturing that's down. The German manufacturing sector overall employed around 5.5 million people at the end of September 2025. That's 2% less than a year earlier.
China is really a challenge for the German automotive landscape at the moment. With the rise of the battery electric vehicle, which has gained now 17% market share here in Europe as well, access to battery technology is much more difficult for German OEMs. Access to raw material is much more difficult. And the Chinese OEMs, there has been a lot of new OEMs actually coming up. I think it's about 100 in China. So competition in China is very tough actually. And the export of components and vehicles from Germany to China has decreased significantly. We're a family business. Yeah, we have a long-term relationship with our employees. But programs from our customers were postponed. We had volume drops, so we had to react. Not only
Why does ChatGPT say taking tests increases blood pressure, worsens cholesterol? Because it's ChatGPT. Why the fuck do you think it's right about everything?
last year, but for the last couple of years, we had to adjust.
Speaking of which, did you that American black bears are actually the species of bear Winnie the Pooh was based off of, even though he looks nothing like them?
I didn't know that. Weird. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
We had to close 2 plants, we had to do some restructurings, and we had to lay off around about 500 people.
Just random vids, $22. Let me see. Oh my goodness.
Don't panic. That innocent look in its eyes means it's just trying to play with you. Black Panthers are actually pretty mellow. They're quiet, don't make...
Okay, I know what kitty I'm getting next. I'm gonna get one of these big guys.
much noise, and love sitting around by themselves, just zoning out. Sometimes they'll play with you too, like a little hand stacking game, but every time it insists on putting its paw on top.
Oh my God.
It's weirdly
Dude, I wonder how much kitty litter and food I'd have to get a big cat like this.
Determined about that. If you manage to build a strong bond with a panther, it'll become much more affectionate. Its eyes soften, and it feels noticeably more trusting around you. And like any big cat, it has some very obvious feline traits.
My goodness.
Give it some catnip, and it'll get ridiculously
Oh my god, they're the same as little kitties.
excited, making it feel like a giant house
Wow.
cat. In everyday life, it doesn't really need much care.
Oh.
It knows where to go to the bathroom on its own.
Yeah, they use a litter box. They're literally the same.
When you pet it,
Okay, if I find a baby panther out in the woods, I'm keeping it.
it'll even pull its claws back on
Oh my
purpose,
goodness.
like it's worried about hurting you. And when it gets bored, it might climb onto the kitchen counter to look for snacks.
Oh my God.
Or team up with its dog buddy to casually keep an eye on their territory.
Oh my god, that is such a big kitty. This is the brother Gummy needs. Gummy needs a big brother like this.
Mountains of trash. 11 days after the Manhattan snowstorm, the streets remain
Oh my god, look at that big rat.
buried under piles of garbage, and the city government has done little to fix it. Many residents say the city is slowly turning into an open-air landfill. Filthy black snow, garbage soup flooding the sidewalks, ice rinks on every corner, cars buried like fossils.
Is this AI? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is AI. Yeah, this is just AI bullshit. Standing on frozen still water creeps me out. Oh my god, this stupid fucking music. I don't get creeped out. Like, it's just, you know, you could fall through if it's really thin. It's pretty cool, though. Yeah, of course. More stupid music. That's not true. There's a bunch of people within the Russian regime that are connected to Putin who are in the Epstein files. So Putin basically is in the Epstein files. Casey Neistat did a video about it. I never understood why Casey Neistat got a big YouTube channel. The guy's kind of a dumb dork.
That wind chill right now is 4 below.
Gone is the covering of fluffy white.
What the city looks like after a snowstorm. This video, this is about the scum that is in the city, but no one talks about what happens after the snow stops falling.
It's horrendous. It is disgusting, and it gets dirty, and accumulates every bit of yellow and filth in the city.
New York has some of the most weird, stupid garbage collection I've ever fucking seen in my life. They hire like these shitty private contractors, and they have like these random idiot Indian drivers who are just fucking crazy with these garbage trucks.
That's dog pee. This
pushing it.
All right, so there's a fair bit of garbage.
So coming from 2,000 now to 1,500. But actually, we had to do it.
If this sounds familiar, consider the United States at the turn of the century, specifically the year 2001.
China joins the World Trade Organization. This is a very productive, fast, rapidly advancing country, and then barriers were removed, they became more competitive.
David Autor is a professor of economics at MIT and co-director of the Labor Studies program at the National Bureau of Economic Research. He and his co-authors popularized the term China shock in a 2016 paper on the impacts of the country's economic rise.
And it really, especially for the United States, it displaced a lot of U.S. production. And this really did great rapid damage to manufacturing intensive locations that were making, commodity furniture, they're making textiles and fabrics, clothing, toys, games, assembly, and so on. And so on the scale of US employment, it wasn't that large. On the scale of the places that were most affected, it was quite devastating.
China shock hit parts of the US hard. Autor and his co-authors estimate that it accounted for nearly 60% of all U.S. manufacturing job losses between 2001 and 2019.
I think that the U.S. did two things wrong. First, we just let it rip. There was no gradualism about it. And with labor markets, you really don't want to just rip the Band-Aid off, because labor markets have a natural rate of adjustment of a couple percent per year, because that's the rate at which people retire and new people enter. And people make those transitions by choosing new occupations at entry or retiring from old ones. You don't go mid-career from being a lawyer to being a manufacturing worker or vice versa. And so you don't want things to change that fast. You can handle change, but at a gradual rate. We didn't do anything to buffer that shock. The other is we had no real social policies in place to help people, to help communities, and to help people adjust.
The China shock dealt a blow to labor-intensive manufacturing like automobiles and textiles. Something similar may be playing out across Europe now as Chinese exports to Europe surge and prices of some goods collapse. French President Emmanuel Macron calls the trade imbalance, quote, unbearable. And Ursula von der Leyen of the European Commission said that the bloc's relationship with China has reached, quote, an inflection point.
Europe has been one of those markets, and Chinese exports to Europe are growing very rapidly, and they threaten to displace a lot of European manufacturing that remains, most visibly in the automotive sector, and in Germany most of all. And this is going to, I think, have similar risks for them in terms of hollowing out sectors really rapidly.
Europe's so-called China shock seems to have been triggered in part by U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods, leading China to look for new markets. But, as Mark Twain said, history doesn't repeat itself, it often rhymes. And this time it may be different for Europe than it was for the U.S.
There was this sense of, all of the exports that were going to the US, because there has been a big reduction in Chinese imports coming into the US, there's a feeling that those goods are just being diverted to Europe and elsewhere, and that we're not quite seeing that in the numbers.
Stephanie Flanders runs economics and government for Bloomberg News and thinks the story is more complicated than China flooding Europe's markets.
We are seeing that China has successfully offset the impact of US tariffs by trading more with other countries. But it actually, if anything, seems to be different goods. And it seems to have been done through, cutting the price of some of those different goods that they're used to selling to Europe. So, as ever with trade numbers, it's just a bit complicated. But it is certainly true that China, on the face of it, has not been affected as much as you would have thought from the big reduction in exports going to the US.
The U.S. trade deficit has been falling since Liberation Day, when President Trump announced sweeping tariffs on imports from many countries. But fewer Chinese exports to the U.S. did not mean China's exports overall went down. To the contrary, it now has a $1.2 trillion trade surplus, as its exports have actually increased.
So the increase has been quite widely spread, David, because obviously the rest of the world as a market is bigger than the US. But the headline numbers are, you've seen about just over a 4 percentage point reduction in Chinese exports to the US. But actually overall, the exports last year increased by 3%. So they'd actually more than offset that swing in their exports to the US. And that's been spread over, I think the place that had the biggest increase is Africa, albeit from a small base. They've seen a lot more Chinese exports. And Europe, other places have also seen more, but it's more on the order of sort of 1.5% growth.
Another difference in this China shock is the kind of goods China is exporting all over the world.
If you're mostly just importing without exporting, you're just accumulating trade deficits, that means that it's not obvious where all those people are supposed to go. There's not a new set of activities opening up simultaneously. So I think it's quite a challenge. It was quite a challenge for the United States. We didn't manage it particularly well. And I think it's actually in many ways more challenging now than it was 20 years ago because China has moved so far up the value chain. When the China shock hit the United States in 2000, China was not exporting automobiles. But now they're a world-class auto supplier, and they're the best producer of electric vehicles in the world. There's a huge car industry in Europe, particularly in Germany.
That is being generous. Just because they make many cars doesn't mean they won't explode and kill you.
And they feel very threatened, and understandably so. But it will not just be in automotive, but it'll also be in heavy industry like rail cars and shipping, but also be in lots of consumer goods. And so China is a formidable competitor, and not just in low value-added, labor-intensive manufacturing the way it was 20 years ago, but in really...
Can steroids cause infertility in women by disrupting the menstrual cycle? Probably not. Like, I mean... contraceptive pills disrupt the menstrual cycle, so I don't see why you'd expect that to cause infertility.
Don't believe. Here is proof.
Let me see.
Read all over the world, but the bear that it was actually based on actually lived here in London Zoo itself. This bear was actually bought by Lieutenant Harry Colburn, who was in White River, Ontario, and passing through on the way to Europe, where he was going to meet up with his regiment for the start of the war. This is in August 1914. Well, Winnie was named after Lieutenant Colburn's hometown of Winnipeg in Canada. Soon he brought the animal to Europe and joined up with his regiment, and therefore it became the mascot of the regiment and was a very popular pet. Well, eventually they had to go off to France to actually fight in the Great War. So Lieutenant Colburn brought Winnie to the zoo, and Winnie actually moved into the zoo on the 9th of December 1914. Moved on to the newly built Mapping Terraces. Winnie was a very tame animal and very friendly, and got on well with the zoo visitors. She would allow people to actually feed her from their hands, that sort of thing, and people were able to get very, very close to Winnie. Winnie's story connects with A.A. Milne because A.A. Milne used to take his son Christopher Robin to the zoo, and one of the favourite animals that Christopher Robin had was Winnie. There's a famous photograph of Christopher Robin with Winnie in the Mapping Terraces.
That's a boy? Boys used to dress like that? Is that a mismatched photo? To, like, did they just find a random photo of a kid and put it in the video? That can't be a boy.
And as a result, A.A. Milne wrote various stories featuring Winnie the Pooh as he came.
Whoa. Did they literally just dress boys as little girls? What the fuck am I... Am I insane, or does that look like a drawing of, like, a girl? Did they used to dress boys as, like, little girls back in, like, in the 1910s?
Winnie the Pooh, as he came to call it. Winnie is still remembered at London Zoo because we have a statue, for example, of Lieutenant Colburn with Winnie in the Animal Adventure section. And also, because it's 100 years since Winnie first arrived at London Zoo, she's very much being celebrated.
Huh.
2 hair transplants, is that
Exactly,
right?
yes.
You know, let's start from the very beginning. Tell me how you noticed and how that felt.
So when I noticed that I was losing my hair, I was actually 21, 22 years old. So I realized that my hair was in the front was getting curlier. And I was like, what happened to my hair? I didn't carry it consciously with me through the day, but I felt something was not right. My hair was always like a part of my identity. I loved it because it was like a really tell you the truth. You know?
To even look at how it looked in the mirror before.
Sick of it. I was like, okay, come on, just shave it off. And obviously, that was many, many years ago. I didn't have a problem with shaving my head. You know, that was never the problem for me, actually. But before, I was like, I don't really want that. It's just that you can see how severe is your hair loss. So I got the hair transplant there. They transplanted, I think, 5,000 grafts in one sitting. And that was like,
that's a lot, right? Yeah,
that's
a lot.
That's a lot, man. So they did actually a decent job, you know. So yeah, after that, I was really happy. And as you know, 25 at the time, and I was still losing hair. So at the first 1 or 2 years, it was perfect for me. I enjoyed it. And then
being 25, you technically weren't the best candidate for a hair transplant, right?
That's a really good point, and I wanted to mention that because I think a lot of people listening and they want to do a hair transplant maybe, or they think about it. So that's a really good point. I wasn't really the best candidate. I always, if people come to me, like friends and family members, and they ask me, should I do a hair transplant? And then I tell them, okay, if you have just like hair loss on front, you are basically the best candidate to do one. There are other factors. I mean, I was very lucky because I have thick hair, I have dark hair.
$222. Franklin D. Roosevelt. Scroll down a bit. His parents were sixth cousins. So he's inbred. That's interesting. He liked playing with earlobes, right? Or no, was Roosevelt a crossdresser? I think one of the Bushes liked playing with earlobes, and I think Roosevelt was the crossdresser. Yeah. Roosevelt, 1884, age 2, yeah. I heard about this. Apparently it was a normal thing way long ago to have your son dress as a girl. I don't know why that was a thing at the time. I haven't done much research on it. I think some people wanted to see what their kid would have been like if it was a different gender or something. But I've heard he was a cross-dresser. What in the... Just, this is bizarre. Just, what the fuck? I don't know what the hell was going on. Dude, you know, it's hilarious how they're talking about the feminization of, like trans children and stuff like that. They did this in 1884. Like, what? Thanks for the donation, though, too.
And I have wavy hair, so this all helps to cover most of it up, you know. That was my...
Any tips on how to control hematocrit on test? I'm just on 84 milligrams a week. You don't have to worry about it. So if you're only on 84 milligrams, first of all, your hematocrit isn't going to be elevated. Most people have elevated hematocrit because they're dehydrated. It has nothing to do with their hematocrit actually being high. So if you just drink enough water, you'll be fine, and elevated hematocrit isn't a problem. It's just a normal adaptation to muscle growth, training, and high altitude. So there are people like living at high altitude with hematocrits in the 70s, and they don't have elevated risk of heart attack or stroke. You can actually look at clotting rates between like people with hematocrits of set in the 70s versus in the 40s, and there's no difference. Hematocrit doesn't really have anything to do with clotting risk. Yeah, 54 hematocrit isn't really high. And look, if you have a 54 hematocrit on 120 test, you're just dehydrated. You're not drinking enough water. Like that would be extraordinarily bizarre. I was on 350 milligrams test and 200 milligrams of boldenone. Boldenone is well known for increasing hematocrit more than any other anabolic steroid, aside from maybe Anadrol. My hematocrit actually went down slightly compared to when I was only on 210 milligrams test. So I think my hematocrit got up to like 48.8 or something, or like 49, some shit like that. And then it went down by like 1% or something when I was on a higher dose of test and boldenone. But I drink a lot of water. So, and anyway, 54 hematocrit, it's nothing to lose your shit about. Doesn't matter. We would donate $2. If marriage is so bad, then why do married people live longer? They don't. If it's so stressful, etc., compared to non-marriage. That's with all other variables controlled, jackass. Yeah, I would imagine... there's probably, if you adjusted for something like drug and alcohol abuse, you'd probably end up seeing similar numbers. And socioeconomic status. So, yeah, the idea that I could see marriage allowing women to live longer. Marriage making men live longer? No. No chance. No fucking chance in hell that would be the case. I could not see myself living another 10 years and still being married. That would have killed me. So, no. If you want to live past 40 and be a man, do not get married.
And Christians act like boys wearing dresses is a brand new thing in society.
Yeah, it's pretty retarded. This is a airsoft gun, by the way, just in case any of you were wondering. It's not real. Looks real, doesn't it? But it's not real. $1911s are such garbage fucking guns. I can understand some people liking thumb safeties. They're stupid, you're wrong, you're dumb. Thumb safeties are stupid, you're wrong. But I can understand, okay? I get it. Some people like pineapple on pizza, as bizarre as that may be. Some people like having thumb safeties. But I'm sorry. A fucking grip safety? That's like putting poop on your pizza. If you put poop on your pizza, really? Are you fucking kidding me? Fucking stupid. You're a dumbass. Stupidest fucking horse shit. And, yeah, some of the other shit, like, I know the older 1911s, they had the floating firing pin. That's fucking dumb. I've seen a lot of modern 1911s actually slam fire. I don't even know how they do that. I know that's a particular problem with the ones with a floating firing pin, but I've even seen modern ones slam fire. They're just prone to slam firing for whatever reason. They're just not good. They were made in 1914, okay? Newer guns are better. I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Advantage at that time.
Just so that we're at the right point on the timeline, you said before you got the first hair transplant, you had been on the medication for about 1.5 years, you said.
Yeah, not so long. Yeah. I think maybe I was 18 years old.
Okay.
A doctor told me.
Uh-oh, retard alert, retard alert. Somebody doesn't know what a slam fire is, dipshit. So, you'll have a 1911 slam fire when you reload it, and then rack the slide, and then bang, they'll just fire on their own. So, no, it's not about dropping it and whether or not it's drop safe. No, they'll just slam fire. You'll reload, and then they'll just go off. They're just not good. Donate $2. Let me see. What about banana on pizza? It's an actual Swedish thing.
Watch this beauty, man. Ah, yeah, baby.
Plantains would probably make more sense. That might work, but plantains would probably make more sense. Imagine spaghetti on a pizza. That'd be so stupid. Thanks for the donation, too.
It was like, okay, take the finasteride and it will help.
How many years did you take the medication for?
Just, I think, maximum of 2 years.
Okay. For those 2 years, do you think that it stopped the hair loss?
No, they were not satisfying. Actually, they were not satisfying, and also the side effects. I'm not a doctor, I'm not an expert on this, but I was like, okay, no, I'm so young. I don't want to. Even if the chance is just 2%.
Am I going to play Code Vein after Last of Us 2? I don't know. We donate $2. Why do you pretend that women provide absolute zero value whatsoever to a man in a marriage? I don't think I ever said that. I said the primary, like the only real benefit to marriage is sex. And yeah, good luck having lots of sex when you're married. Here's the problem. Again, the number one, like we're talking about 98% of the benefit to being in a relationship with a woman is sex. As soon as you get married, women don't have to have sex with you anymore. Because they got their claws synced into you. So as soon as you divorce, now there's all this legal horse shit that you have to jump through, where getting them out of the fucking house is going to be a problem. Splitting up assets is going to be a fucking problem. They can sue you and claim that they have some sort of stake in the ownership of your home, whatever other assets you have. So it's like nobody, like very few dudes are just going to up and divorce their wife because they haven't had sex for 2 weeks. Whereas if you have a girlfriend, if you haven't had sex for 2 weeks, whatever, like, see you later, bitch. So what is the point of getting married if, like, the whole reason you have a relationship in the first place is basically just to have easy access to sex? But then you basically give up your, like, whole card that you can play to make sure you always get sex, which is the relationship. So it's just beyond fucking stupid. So I never said women provide zero value. It's just their value is almost entirely in them being able to provide sex. But as soon as you get married, well, now they don't have to have sex with you anymore. So it's fucking stupid. I have a cat. You guys see this cat? He's a good cat. Cat, cat, cat. This is a cat. She's like a big panther. It's a very big cat. Isn't that right, Gum Gum? You're so big. So big and handsome and beautiful. Oh, you know I love you. You know. This cat knows that I love him. He knows that. Oh, he knows. My little sweetie. Oh my goodness. You are just so big and handsome. You are so big and handsome. Love my kitty. Just so good. Oh my God. Wow, you're so good. You're so beautiful. Oh my God, your stripes. You have the most beautiful stripes. He wants to eat my rice. He loves rice. Oh, cats love rice. They also love corn. And cats love beans. And they also love potatoes. And rice cakes. And popcorn. And just plain corn. And broccoli. And tofu. And vegan chicken. He loves all of those foods. He just wants to eat everything I eat. 'Cause he's a good vegan kitty. Oh, he is just so good. You're my good little baby. Do you guys see this? This is just perfect. He is just the most wonderful being. So beautiful, so graceful and elegant, so intelligent, so sweet and loving, so interesting and mysterious, so fuzzy and soft, and he smells good, and he's beautiful. He is just so wonderful. I love him so much. Oh my God, I love this cat. This is a good cat. You're just so big. No rice, though. No rice. No rice. No, no, no. No rice. I love you, though, Gum Gum. Woodonny Tillers, why do you pretend that women provide... Oh, wait, I already answered that. Primary benefit of marriage is not sex. Oh, I see, so you're gay. If it was, then both female and males would just hire prostitutes or have sexual partners. Well, for one thing, yeah, you would do that if you were smart. Secondly, there's very obvious downsides to having that casual of a sexual relationship or relationships. Obviously, STDs, so sexually transmitted diseases. You depend, like, if you're a fucking idiot and you don't have a vasectomy, obviously getting multiple women pregnant can absolutely ruin your fucking life. Even getting one woman pregnant will ruin your fucking life. And on top of that, just effort. So going through the effort of finding people that you have, like, that you like enough to want to actually have sex with, and then going through whatever social circumstances are needed to have sex with that person, rather than just finding somebody that you can have, like, a consistent romantic, relationship with. That is, like, more ideal for most people. So, again, the only benefit of a relation, 98%, like, of the benefit of a relationship for a man is going to be sex. If you're not having sex in a relationship, why even bother? Look, 99% of women are just boring as shit. They're not into motorcycles, they're not into cars, they're not into Warhammer, they're not into video games, they're not into, like, fucking anything that men are interested in, and even when they are, it's not to anywhere near the fucking same extent. So if they're into video games, they play stupid fucking garbage. They won't play Mortal Kombat or Gears of War or Battlefield. They'll play, like, fucking Bubble, like, what's that stupid fucking game, Bejeweled or something on their phone, or something stupid like that. They don't play real video games. Or if they're into anime, rather than watching, like, Chainsaw Man or something, they'll watch, like, fucking Demon Slayer. So even if they do technically have the same hobbies as you, it's the garbage, stupid, dumb, fucktard version of that hobby. So you're not going to get along with a woman the same way you will with, like, one of your male friends. With one of your male friends, you'll both be in the hobby basically to the same extent, and you'll both, like, be able to get into it together, like, the same way. With a woman, no, totally different. So you're not going to get the same, like, if you're just talking about, oh, you can be friends, like, you're just not going to be friends with a woman like you can with your male friend. So it's like, if that's the benefit you want from a relationship, then just get a male friend. So again, 98% of the fucking benefit of being in a relationship with a woman is going to be sex. Otherwise, you basically have a worse version of a male friend. So what you're saying is just stupid, nonsensical, cucked bullshit. And if you get into a fucking marriage, again, women gatekeep sex, men gatekeep relationships. If you get married as a man, basically you remove that card you can play where you can always make sure you get sex by allowing the woman to have a relationship with you. If you make it so that the relationship is legally guaranteed, women will just stop having sex with you. Ask any dude who's been married long enough. It happens at some point, for whatever fucking reason. Her hormones change, or she gets attracted to some other dude, or you just drift apart naturally because you change as people. Whatever. And then you're left with absolutely fucking nothing. You have an annoying fucking roommate you're living with who acts like a fucking bitch that you don't get along with, or at least not nearly as well as you would get along with a male friend. And you just sit there and ask yourself, what the fuck did I just do? So, you're a fucking idiot. If you want to believe this cucked bullshit that, you don't have to have sex for a good relationship, well, great, waste your time. Have fun spending time with what is basically a bottom tier fucking friend. I don't care. Do whatever the fuck you want. GDC donated $2. Have you ever considered being a Little League coach? No. I'd have a very strong urge to kick kids. I think that'd be far too frustrating. Thanks for the donation, though, GDC. $21st $20 thought mentally retarded people weren't allowed to own guns. I don't know what the rules are with that. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st. I'm going to go poop. I'm going to go poop, and then I will return to streaming. I'll be right back. Oh no. Oh no. Who's on my computer? Alright, come here, Gum Gum. No jumping on my computer. Thank you. Ugh. Hey, Gum Gum. Ugh. Ugh.
A summary of your marriage talk, lol.
Bucks, you'll be happier than a guy on his wedding day.
Thanks, everyone. Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, Dad. Goodbye, friends. Goodbye, free time. Farewell, sex. So long, golf on TV. I'll miss you, privacy. Goodbye, being honest about how many beers I've had. Nice knowing you, my own choices. See you later, money.
Yeah, literally. Thanks for the donation, Indo.
Or 1 or 0.1. I just didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
But it didn't work either, so I just stopped it.
Makes sense. So 25, you get the first hair transplant, 5,000 grafts, and the first 1 to 2 years were satisfying. When did that begin to change for you?
I was so, how do you say, euphoric about the transplant and having hair again. I didn't really see like that my hairline was really high, because I always thought of a hair transplant of something like, okay, you get your hair back like it was when you was 18. So I thought like it's going to be my dream head of hair, you know, ever.
So I'm a little confused by this. Did this guy stop taking finasteride at some point? Like, or did he, like, was he taking finasteride, he was losing the hair anyway, and then he just stopped?
Everything's going to be perfect, because nobody told me that it wasn't possible. So I just went in with that thought. But after that, in 2022, I noticed again that my hair is falling out, you know, on top of my head and also my crown area. So I thought like, okay, I should maybe do one to lower my hairline and also to fill up the crown area. So that was my initial goal to achieve with the second hair transplant. Yes.
So 25 years old was the first hair transplant.
Yeah.
How old were you when you got the second hair transplant?
That was 3 years later, 28.
28. Okay.
Yes.
And that was because although it had filled in nicely, you felt like you wanted a lower hairline and to fill in
exactly.
more hair that you'd lost at the crown.
Do you think marriage laws will change once the boomers die and younger people decide the laws? Well, they could, in theory, change for the worse because, one, the younger generation is just massively cucked, and more women are basically getting allowed into all these, you know, big positions, like they're like because of DEI and stuff like that. So the more women you have as like lawmakers, judges, and shit, well, guess what's gonna happen? These women are gonna be like, well, women contribute so much to the household, like, we tell, guys where to put the couch, so we should have, like, 80% of the money after a divorce, you know, so they could change for the worse. 21st, $20, pick your thumbnail. Those are good. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Yes, exactly. That was my goal. And I was like, okay, the crown area is going to be difficult because I saw a lot of people, they had the same issue.
Funny.
And they never got their crown area filled. I was aware of that, but the only thing I wanted was just to lower my hairline because I just wanted to look like, again, like 20 or 21, you know, that was just the dream.
Did you go to a different clinic for the second hair transplant?
Yes, the second one was actually in Switzerland where I live.
That was at 28 years old. So tell me about the results and everything from that second hair transplant.
What I first want to say, I think it's very important, is in my consultation in this clinic, they didn't really give me a lot of information about this. They didn't inform me about, hey, look, it's your second hair transplant. You have hair in your donor area. We can use it. But they never said to me like, if we take another 3 or 4,000, you could never wear a short cut, you know. They never told me that. Actually, they told me while I was in the surgery, midst of the surgery, the women working there, they told me, you better never, you know, bust your head because it's not going to work for you. And I was like, oh, that can't be, it can't be that bad, you know. And they took like 3,000 or 4,000 grafts. So I totally taken from my donor area over like 9,000 grafts, I think, over 2 hair transplants. And that was too much. And they never said that to me. So actually, after the hair transplant, I was again really satisfied with it, with the result, because at the beginning my hairline was so much lower than the first time. It was like a dream because I thought that, oh, okay, that's the perfect, now I don't need anything anymore, it's done, you know. It healed good.
Yeah, dude, all this money just to end up bald anyway. Just get bald pilled. Men go bald, not a big fucking deal, dude.
And actually what the only thing that I noticed was that really bothered me was the donor area. It was so severe. I couldn't really wear anything short. I had to wear it long. And even if I had longer hair on the back of my head, you can tell, you know, you can tell there was something done. So the only time that I really could cover it was when I had like really long hair and I had like a man bun. Then I could cover it, obviously. Otherwise, yeah.
Yeah. So this is because you've had sort of around 9,000 grafts taken out of the donor area. Is it a combination of some scarring and the lack of hair follicles there now?
Exactly. That's what it is. Exactly. I can feel the little bumps, you know. It's not really pleasant, and it's really bothered me for a long time.
Can you relate to any human? You seem weird. Well, this is an iguana. See the iguana? I love iguanas. I want to hug iguanas. Aren't they handsome? Look how pretty the iguanas are. I love iguanas. They are just so nice. Ooh, look at this iguana. That's a marine iguana. There's different types of iguanas. There's marine iguanas. There's the green and blue iguanas. They're really nice. But I want to hug all the iguanas. Because iguanas are good. Ooh, I like that iguana. I really like iguanas.
Time, and I also, I always had to wear my hair longer, so to cover it. Yeah.
Okay, this is really good that I think that you're, you know, sharing these details of things, because I will say I do get a lot of messages from men who have had hair transplants and they are wanting to just say, okay, I'm done with this now. I just want to shave my head and totally move on from worrying about bald.
Dodo Nutellers, do you have to sleep with like 3 jackets on in the hotel room so you don't get hypothermia? I don't get it. How does that work?
About 120 miles north of the Arctic Circle, a group of about 90 construction workers and artists build this hotel from scratch every year from 30,000 tons of snow and ice. This year's seasonal ice hotel is about 30,000 square feet. It includes a main hall, a ceremony hall for weddings and other events, and 12 suites, custom made by artists from around the world, who chisel sculptures to differentiate each room.
We have our
This is just something stupid for dumb rich people.
sketches, but also it's a little bit different getting into the room and the scale.
We have an international open competition, so anybody can send a concept, an idea. From 30, you have a certain...
Yeah, there's just some dumb thing for dumb rich people. I'm assuming, yeah, you just go to sleep with your clothes on. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo, Donatillers, did you only start loving iguanas since the other day because I told you they are herbivores? No, I've always loved iguanas. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
thing, or how it's looking. Of course, as we're going to get onto your story here, maybe they're worrying, okay, how's it going to look? Not only how's my shaved head going to look, but the fact I've had a hair transplant as well, how's that going to look? And talk to me then, because you obviously you had the lower hairline. Now you were quite satisfied with the results. When did it shift for you from this is a dream to
see the pic after the hair grafts? Then imagine placing lips on the scalp and sucking real hard. Suck all the grafts up, then start chewing. Very crunchy but also chewy. Then lick the leftover bald spot.
I'd rather not. Thanks for the donation, though, the mom from Dinosaurs.
Okay, I'm not sure about this now.
I learned to deal with the problems that I had in my donor area. And I also have like a spot here, which was not filled with grafts, because they told me you have to wear it longer so you can cover this spot, So the thing was, it's so ridiculous. I was spending so much time and so much energy just to think about how to cover this spot, how to cover the thinning here, which occurred like 3 years after the second hair transplant, and how to cover the donor area.
Dude, these hair transplants are like 10 grand. And then they only last for like 2 or 3 years and they look fucked up and shit. Like, it's fucking retarded.
Yeah, so it's just ridiculous to think about how much energy you waste. I was wasting to cover everything up. And what I noticed was always in the pictures also that after the second hair transplant, it was so difficult to have like a good style, because it was so different. In one picture, under the direct light, I looked like I was bald. But in other pictures or videos, it looked like I had a full head of hair. It was so confusing. Yeah, last year I noticed that here the thinning goes on, because the remaining hair, or the hair that I had on top of my head, they're falling out more and more. So now I have thick hair here, thin hair here.
Right.
I was, just because I have thick hair and dark hair, I could cover it up, just brush it maybe over, and create the illusion that I have a full head of hair. And even my friends, they if they see me, they was like, "Oh man, your hairline looks perfect."
A lot of energy just to really focus and worry about covering certain areas. Because at that point, maybe some people would think, what do I do now? Do I go for a third hair transplant? What were your thoughts at this point then?
Actually, a great question, because in psychology, they say if you invest in something,
just put a cat on your head. Just put a cat on your head. If you're bald, cover it up with a cat. If you want hair on your head, well, cats have hair. Put a cat on your head. That'll cover up your bald head, and everyone will compliment you on how nice your cat is on your head. That's better than a hair transplant. Just a cat on your head. See? Just put a cat on your head. See, like this. Just put a cat on your head. There's all kinds of ways you can just put a cat on your head. Cats love going on your head. So rather than getting a hair transplant, just put a cat on your head. Then you'll have a nice big fuzzy boy on your head. I'm donating $2 new Frank shorts. Let me see.
A good analogy for a patient going into surgery.
What is this? Apparently it's a Freemason thing.
Surgery with a doctor is like you going into a traffic stop with a police officer. If it goes bad in any way, you're completely screwed. That cop can shoot you and he's getting paid leave. Like the same thing with doctors. That's what you have to understand. People think, oh, I can hire a lawyer, medical malpractice, I have a chance. No. Just like police officers, these doctors are protected.
He doesn't understand what medical malpractice is.
On an even higher level. And I don't have to name the
It means Jew Freemasonry. Okay.
specific groups. I don't want to get into that. But the point is,
Yeah, he's an anti-Semite.
doctors, lawyers, judges, just like police officers, belong to different secret groups. You can refer to them as the elite.
He's talking about the Jews.
They think you're worthless. Not think you're worthless. They believe you're worthless. You're not worth anything to them. So even if they kill you, butcher you, disfigure you, ruin your life, they will not give you a dime. They don't think you're worth anything. A good analogy, if you
Oh my God.
get botched by a plastic surgeon, the only thing lawyers will do is steal your money. And after contacting every single medical malpractice lawyer in the state of California, only one of them reciprocated. And he just took a few $1,000s, got a doctor to write me an opinion where the doctor misspelled.
So one, we know for a fact Frank refused to pay for any lawyer. He was trying to see if anybody would represent him for free on the promise that they'd get something like 10 or 20% of whatever he'd win in the lawsuit. I'm assuming this guy said, well, the best I could do is like, you know, if you don't want to spend much money, is like I could find a doctor to write you some kind of opinion to help you with your case, and that's going to cost X amount of money. Maybe $2,000 for the kind of, you know, for my time and everything. Like I've hired multiple lawyers before. They tell you what their cost is per hour up front. So like it's so retarded to, like, he's just an idiot. This one guy at my job said it's possible to never take a shit at work. Is this true? My other friend said humans have no control over bowels. Well, I have definitely held my poop in before. So I would agree more with your one coworker who says it's possible to never take a shit at work.
My name and gave me some false BS. But the point is, all of these doctors and lawyers are in cahoots with each other. And the only scenario they are going to help you is where they're pretending to and just stealing your money. The only way you can legitimately participate against a doctor that botched you is to file pro se yourself, in which then the court is probably just going to jerk you around and dismiss your case and make everything very difficult. The only real solution is to make it as public as possible and getting people to...
Frank's just a fucking idiot. Like, he just makes up lies constantly.
stop doing business with these plastic surgeons until the system fixes itself. If you get botched by...
Sure.
You want to invest even more just to prove a point, you know, just to say that I did the best decision, to prove it to yourself. So I was thinking about, I was like, okay, I'm now so deep into this. I'm going for the third one. The thing was, after that, every time I saw my donor area, I was like, no, what are you even thinking about? And then it was like summer 2025. I was like really thinking about it all the time. I was like, okay, what should I do? Should I now, you know, shave it all off? And then 2026, at the birthday party of the sister of my friend, I saw the picture. The light was shining directly on my head, and I really looked bald. You know, I was like, no, come on. Now it's over. I don't want to go through, you know, through all these surgeries. People talk on the internet like it's nothing, you know, but that's not true. You were there, you're getting the anesthesia, you're getting the, you know, all these painful things getting done. and then you spend 5 days sleeping in a sitting position, and then you 2 months or 3 months worrying about your hair. When is it coming out? Is it coming out good? What are the coworkers going to say? What are family members going to say? Because it doesn't look really that pleasing in the first like 2 or 3 months.
At this point, you saw a picture there that you said. Before we get onto the moment where you obviously kind of shave it and decide that, this is where
Eddie Hall did a video with Wim Hof. So, in case you guys didn't know, this guy's a piece of shit and a fucking retard. He's basically encouraged a bunch of people to kill themselves. There's been at least one death with people doing the stupid thing he does, the deep breathing and then submerging. I know there was a teenage kid who almost died. There were a few people who almost died. There's at least one death that we know about. There is also extremely good evidence that this guy beat the ever-loving shit out of one of his ex-partners. So this guy's a woman abuser. He's also abandoned his children. Why would you do a video with this fucking scumbag? Like, I don't think anybody gives a fuck about Wim Hof anymore at this point. Like, there's not even a clout game to be playing here. Like, I think this guy's, like, turning into some, like, dumb, out-of-touch boomer. Who's like, Wim Hof? I heard that name before. I'll do a video with you. Views, social media liked. I'm an influencer. What a fucking idiot. Yeah, please, Eddie. Hold your breath. Yeah, do some really, really deep breathing, get lightheaded, and then hold your breath underwater. Do the world a favor. What a fucking idiot.
Hair loss really impacts life. Things like the mental energy, just spending so much time and energy worrying about how it's looking. How can I cover this? How can I disguise this? What are people going to think? I can't share this picture. Like, what if people see this? They think I look ridiculous. Were there other ways it was impacting you like that?
Yes, I think very important to say here is that no matter where I was, like in the workplace, in the gym, in family gatherings, and I was always thinking about it. Always.
Dude, now this guy can just take steroids and not have to worry about going bald. Yeah, getting a jacked physique is going to do a lot more for you than having a full head of hair.
It was so distracting for me. It was really distracting because I couldn't really sit still and concentrate on the things that I wanted to have done. Obviously, that doesn't mean that I didn't do anything, in life. So it's just that you have just one more weight to carry. It's just extra weight you're carrying for nothing. So I was...
Wow, he trains like a pussy.
Always thinking about it, always fixing it. If I walked by a mirror, I was always checking my hair. Always. One point I was like, is that not just a distraction? Because I think I can achieve something with my hair. If my hair looks good, I can achieve something. As if it was a skill, but it is not a skill, actually. I mean, of course, there are male models and everything, and people who rely on their looks and their hair maybe for the industry. But I was like, it just distracts me for bettering my skills and getting better in things that really matter, Because there are a lot of other things for men that we have to work on. Why do we have to keep us distracted with something that just grows on our hair? Right. And if it falls out, it falls out. So it is what it is.
I'm just going to shave this. When did you start to have that thought?
Yeah.
Also, in that process, I was watching a lot of videos from Bald Cafe. So thanks to you, Harry, I felt so great watching these people, shaving their head and sitting there and talking with. I was like, wow, this is amazing. It's really inspiring. And the people, they are so free after. You can see it in their eyes in the videos, even if you're not in person with them. It's.
You said about the marketing and things like that. Being on social media, seeing all these things. Oh,
Hell yeah, dude! Take the bald pill. Who gives a mother of a fuck if you go bald? It's just absolute horseshit.
I first went bald in 2018. This is how my physique looked at that point. And I remember stumbling across this picture of Jason Statham and being like, you know what? That is what I want to become. And at the time, I really didn't think I would get anywhere near that, or that was even possible. I had no idea. I thought it's probably on steroids. That isn't achievable. But
take steroids. I don't know why people say that. Oh, it's not achievable, like he's on steroids. Okay, well then take steroids. Steroids aren't achievable? They're pretty fucking easy to get. I don't have a problem getting them. Do you have hair on your nipples? No, hair grows around my nipples.
Year, this is how I looked during the summer. This is how I look now. And this is how I aim to be looking in about another 6 to 8 months time. So in this video, I want to give you my entire training program, all of the
I definitely want to get a pendulum squat.
Exercises that
I'm really leaning towards getting the Bells of Steel pendulum squat. It looks about as good as like the Atlantis, honestly. You can adjust the counterweight, which on the Atlantis you can't, which may be a benefit. And on top of that, it's 380 pounds of steel. That seems like it's plenty enough weight. I don't know how much
I am doing to finally achieve.
I don't know how much the Atlantis weighs. It should be like around the same, like maybe around 400 pounds, but yeah, 380 pounds of steel, that's about what you'd expect for commercial equipment. Yeah, 565, so the Atlantis is heavier built, but 380 is pretty good. So the Atlantis may be a bit more stable, but yeah, the Bells of Steel one, like I think it's $1,400 or $1,500. This is like $5,000 or $6,000. And this doesn't come with the adjustable foot plate. I think if you get the upgraded version, it does. Leg press. They have a weird website. Yeah, Pendulum Squat Pro. You have to upgrade to the Pro version, which is even more expensive just to get the adjustable foot plate. So I'm kind of leaning towards the Bells of Steel one.
Achieve this physique, because I could be completely delusional here, but I think I'm getting pretty close to this goal. And you know what? I'm not going to stop there. I'm going to go for my absolute potential. And if you too are really trying to...
Dude, it's surprising to me that a guy who's fucking bald is apprehensive about taking steroids. The guy is, like, literally has a channel dedicated to baldness. Take steroids. Like, what? Like, gyno, hair loss, the only two real concerns that anybody has with taking steroids. Well, the hair loss thing, that's irrelevant. Gyno's really easy to manage as long as you just stay away from nandrolone. So there you go. Take steroids if you want to look like dude, Jason Statham. He has a good physique, but I mean, like, you can blow away Jason Statham if you're on gear. Absolutely mock the guy.
A body that you can be proud of, that matches the confidence that you are building around your ball.
Do you inject all the drugs into one syringe or take each of them separately? Well, in terms of steroids, yeah, they're all in one syringe. So I take test and boldenone, I just load it up into one syringe. So I just draw out the amount of test I need, I draw out the amount of boldenone I need. And then I just switched the needle to the injection needle, and then I just inject it all in one needle. Growth hormone, I take at night, though. So that's a separate injection. But with steroids, yeah, I just inject it all in one needle. You don't want to have to prick yourself more than you need to. I did increase my dose of Boldenone. I was doing, what was it? 6 milligrams. I'm doing 15 milligrams a day now. Just because, like, the nipple sensitivity was just annoying. So I just wanted to lower the estrogen a bit more. And I think I've got the right balance now, where my nipples aren't getting itchy.
Baldness, then hopefully this video can help you. Let's dive straight in to my training program that I'm doing to achieve, or dare I say it, to exceed the Jason Statham physique. So Monday is a push day, and I start this off with incline dumbbell press.
He should start it with incline barbell press. You can use way more weight with a barbell, and you're just going to get more muscle growth. There's not really much sense in using dumbbells as your, like, first primary, you know, exercise choice. They're good for, like, adding volume, if you need more pressing volume, but there's no point in using that as, like, your first, you know, primary pressing motion.
Great for the upper chest. This is how I started back around 6 months ago, and now I just PB'd on the 42 kilograms for a solid 4 reps. It just goes to show what you can do when you really push yourself. Next, from this, I move on to an incline chest press.
There's debate over how useful incline presses really are. It seems to be the case that incline press doesn't actually activate the upper chest more than flat pressing. It makes logical sense that it would. It might, like, who knows, some of these EMG studies may be bullshit. You never know. I don't think there's really much sense in having 2 incline pressing movements in one workout. If you're going to have another incline movement, it may as well be in isolation. So, like, you can do incline barbell press and then, like, incline dumbbell flies or something. But I wouldn't bother doing another incline pressing movement. You're probably better off just doing a flat or a decline press or dips or something like that. It's just going to train more of your chest, and you're still going to get the incline pec activation. So there's no sense in just going overboard with the incline volume. You're probably just going to end up growing less muscle overall.
This Nautilus machine, and again, I go heavy on this one. Great for the upper chest. There's been a big upper chest focus, because from that, I then go into the incline chest fly.
Way too much
Again,
volume
more
for the upper chest.
Really contracting that chest on this similar incline chest machine. From that, I then go on to the side lateral raises. If you really want some wide, juicy shoulders, I personally think that this is what actually built those shoulders most importantly.
Yeah, it's a good movement. I think people are a little too shy with weighting lateral raises very heavy and using some body English. You have a very small amount of leverage when you're doing lateral raises, and your muscles respond to tension. That's the primary way that's the primary growth stimulus. So even if you're using a bit of body English to get the weight up, you really need that heavy loading to activate muscle growth. So I think people try to be too much of a form stickler with these. Just put on some heavy weight, kind of throw it up a bit, just try to control it on the way down to get some heavy eccentric loading. And you'll probably make more gains than doing perfect form.
It's unrivaled on the cables, and you can see how I'm doing that form here in the video. The big tricep builder, the big one, is the incline skull crusher. Okay, the incline
That's
really
a good
giving
movement.
you a perfect stretch at the back. Big, 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 big for the triceps, this one. And a follow off with some rope extensions. And that is Monday's workout. Tuesday is a push day, and I start with deadlifts. Now, the deadlifts are not going to be for everyone, but for me, in the summer, having achieved great leanness, I felt really good about the way I looked.
How much GH is considered baby dosage? Just something to start off small. Men should probably start off with at least 2 IUs per day. I think if you're just doing 1 IU, that's just too little. You're kind of wasting it. So I'd start off with at least 2 IUs. That would, for most dudes, probably be roughly a replacement dose. And then you can just see how you react to it, and then just increase the dose from there. Dorian Yates actually was taking only 2 IUs of growth hormone. I think on training days. He didn't even take it like every day. And Dorian Yates got yacked. With growth hormone, really, the more you can take, the better. So if you can tolerate, you know, like up to 28 IUs, if you can afford it, yeah, as long as you can tolerate it. But yeah, most people are going to get like really severe edema, water retention, carpal tunnel and shit if they take that much. But yeah, just start with 2 IUs. See how you react to it. If you don't notice any side effects, go to 3 IUs and then just stop if you notice your hands are getting numb and you're getting some edema. Just drop the dose. Because I had the carpal tunnel and edema with growth hormone. It's fucking horrible. Like, I had it really bad. That was mostly due to low thyroid. But you really don't want to have to go through carpal tunnel on growth. I had a particularly bad case because I actually had neuropathy up my entire arm, and I wasn't able to sleep at all. It was fucking horrendous. That was one of the worst things I've ever gone through. Animal Liberation donated $2. You ever peeped this caked up mammy? Best peach I've ever seen. Oh yeah, I've seen her. Yeah, I've seen her on social media. Yeah, this chick has an absolutely fantastic behind. She also has like some of the most like ripped, shredded fucking legs I've ever seen on a chick in my life. Her boyfriend's really fucking jacked too. But yeah, I've seen this girl before. She has a really thick, muscular ass. So yeah. Really nice, tight, firm buns. But thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation. Appreciate it.
I wanted to get that same confidence and motivation and satisfaction from a strength goal. Okay, I hadn't really committed myself to a strength goal since I was...
Yeah, I think 2 IUs is probably going to be fine for like 99% of people. You'll get most of the fat burning benefits from growth hormone, and I think people kind of undersell just how good growth hormone is. It is such a wonderful, amazing fucking drug. I fucking love it. You have to be careful with the carpal tunnel and everything, but like, man, it fucking works. So like Dorian Yates, he was taking pharmaceutical grade growth hormone. That was the only shit that existed at that time. 2 IUs was enough to like turn him absolutely gargantuan. Like, so growth hormone fucking works. If you want to go like if you're going to get to that kind of size, 1, you have to have the genetics to be able to do it. And like 2, like it's training. The drugs just supplement the training. you don't need that much drugs to get big. So if you just train really fucking hard and just take a little bit of drugs, you will get very, very, very far. You know, at least assuming you have the genetics. But if you don't have the genetics to get big, doing more drugs really isn't going to help you. So you should just focus on just training really fucking hard. And just take, you know, a little bit of the drugs. You know, enough to supplement your training and promote that extra anabolism, but not so much that you start getting side effects and fucking up your health and shit. But yeah, growth hormone works. Even if you're getting low quality GH, like let's say it's 50% as potent as pharmaceutical grade. Okay, whoopee-doo, like take 4 IUs, that'd be equivalent to like 2 IUs pharmaceutical. So like if Dorian Yates could just get fucking massive like he was on just 2 IUs, you don't need that much. Estrogenic donated 220, let me see. You people are fucking weird. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I was in my early 20s, and so I set out with the goal to deadlift around 220 kilograms with a conventional deadlift. In the past, I've done sumo. Now I'm training the conventional deadlift, and I just did a PB, sumo. 190 kilograms for 2 reps, which I was very, very happy with. From there, I go to a T-bar row, chest supported, building that thickness, that juiciness in the back. Again, I go nice and heavy on that one. And from there, a nice close grip, lat, pull down. Ooh, really working on building those nice wide lats, the close grip pull down. From there, I go into an incline dumbbell rear delt fly. The rear delts, I don't really know if we can get a good look at the rear delts, but you know, if you want, again, a nice big round shoulder to match your body, you know, I don't have the widest clavicles here. So if you want those shoulders to be popping out, do not sleep on the rear delts. Lightweight, really, it's a tiny ass, that is a tiny muscle right there. Okay, and so you don't need a lot of weight, but you just do need to be doing it so you're using those rear delts. Okay, you want to actually use the rear delts. So you don't need to go heavy on that. From that, I do traditional old school barbell curls. This was advised to me to do. Took a bit of getting used to, but you know, nice and heavy, just staple barbell bicep curl with the big barbell, not that short little one, okay? The big barbell. Do it in the squat rack as well, who cares? You're the man, get in that squat rack and curl. From that, I do the Bayesian curl. Okay, and I do this not at the very bottom, a few clicks up, okay? Step out and I get that full stretch. All about the stretch position of the biceps with the Bayesian curl. And I do my first ab exercise of the week after that, which is knee raises. I only train abs twice a week. And it's on this day, I do the knee raises. I worked up to...
It's kind of a weird way of doing it. Usually if I just put it in between my knees.
The body weight up to about 20 reps, okay? And I do nice high reps, and now I'm up to about 10 kilograms for 15 reps on this one. Then,
yeah, the good Chinese growth hormone is just as good as pharmaceutical grade now. I think some dudes hype up pharmaceutical grade just too much. I think it's like a weird bias. If you're spending like 8 times as much money on pharmaceutical growth hormone, I think you kind of have a bias into wanting it to work, sort of like the dumbasses who buy Turk. So when I talk to a lot of people, you know, who are IFBB pros, like a lot of them literally say there's either no difference between the Chinese and pharmaceutical growth hormone, or they actually say the Chinese is better because they tend to have less side effects. So
Then I have a rest day. Very quick. Maybe you've dealt with the hair. You're rocking the board. And now you want the body to match. You have some knowledge, but you've never really stuck to it. Often knowledge isn't the problem, and it's about serious implementation. If you're serious and you want help to finally do that, then you can work with me one-on-one by clicking the link down underneath this video in the description box, and it'll be the top comment. And I'll be in touch with you to see if you're a good fit. Let's get you to where you want to be and know you can, and let's have fun doing it. So I train Monday, Tuesday, I rest on the Wednesday, and then Thursday I'm back into another push day. I start with a weighted dip, okay?
Good movement.
And I started my weighted dip on 20 kilograms for 5, and I just did a 60 kilogram weighted dip for 1 big juicy.
Oh, look, he's using a kettlebell for extra anabolism. Have you seen the North Korean bodybuilders? There can't be North Korean bodybuilders. I've seen North Korean weightlifters. Like, yeah, the North Korean weightlifters are all on steroids, clearly. Like... this is why, by the way, they do so well at the Olympics. They're all on steroids, and WADA can't test them. So WADA has no ability to get into their country and test any of these athletes. So that's why North Korea does so well at the Olympics. It's just because they're all on steroids and they can get away with not getting tested. But there aren't any North Korean bodybuilders.
What's up, guys? Solid rep. Okay, the weighted dip, you're building all of this with dips. All of this. The chest, the shoulders, the triceps. Everything is getting built with the weighted dip.
Spaghetti.
So it's just good bang for your buck. And I saw some really good like upper chest gains with the weighted dip as well. Okay. Now from there, I go to a strict military.
Yeah, I mean, see what I mean? Like, even this guy is saying, like, a weighted dip, which is technically like a decline press. He's still talking about getting upper chest development, so, like, why spend all that time working your upper chest when you could just be doing heavier movements that are still activating your upper chest?
Press, and if I'm being honest, this is probably my all-time favorite exercise. There is just so much satisfaction in standing there. Don't do that weird like split in your legs and like pushing. No bounce with the knees, no split stance, okay? You're not like whatever. Feet shoulder width apart, next to each other, okay? Knees solid, arse clenched, abs engaged, and just all of your might push that overhead and push your arms through. You are going to build absolutely delicious shoulders with that one. And just even if you don't, even if you're not worried about looking really, really good with your shirt off, okay? If you want satisfaction in life, go into the gym and push something heavy over your head. There's something to do with the neurological being of your ancestral DNA, okay?
Overhead press is fun.
Just
really
pushing it
fucking
overhead. You can't cheat it. You're standing rigid, and it's just all that side.
I really like these machines. They're good too.
Delt, okay, which again I do for 3 sets of 15 to 20 reps on that one, and then from there I go into the incline cable flies. Now I'll be honest, sometimes I just repeat on that incline chest machine. I just repeat that another time because it's quite a lot to set up the bench, but ideally I'd be setting up the bench with the cables and just getting another incline fly. Just 2 sets on that is enough, because 2 sets pushed hard is ample there. From that I go into a bit of an interesting exercise, the JM press. This is a cross between the closed grip bench press and the skull crusher. Okay, you bring it down to just under your neck, and it's an absolute solid
Jam presses are good.
Tricep builder.
What I don't like are Smith machines that are angled. I don't know. Who's the fucking jackass who thought of making a Smith machine go up and down at an angle. Just have it go straight up and down. I fucking hate those Smith machines.
Build those triceps and build those big arms. You're going to be happier for it. And that crosses over to things like your overhead press and all of that. Okay. Big triceps are going to help you with that. And I do another tricep exercise after that. Just your standard, your classic short bar tricep push downs. Another absolute classic. And I love it on these like heavy stacks on the side. You just get such a good contraction at the bottom with these. Okay, back supported, I do them. So that rounds off the next push day. I then go into another pull day after this. Okay, this is a bit more like a bodybuilding day. Less strength focus, more hypertrophy, more trying to build that muscle. I start on a chest supported row machine. This one, the prime row. And again, I've worked up here from, what was I doing when we started? 75 kilograms.
I think the majority of your back volume should be focused on rowing. Is there a best way to do overhead press, sitting, standing, barbell, dumbbells? I mean, not technically. There's an argument to be made where standing might be easier on your shoulders. So because you're not pinned against a bench, and you also tend to lean back on standing, you get a bit more scapular movement, and that that may be healthier for your shoulders. But if you're just talking about straight up shoulder hypertrophy, there's a good chance seated might be better, because generally people are stronger seated, but like, you're going to be stronger with whatever you specialize in. If you just get used to doing shoulder presses standing, you're going to be able to basically use the same amount of weight. I just prefer doing it standing too. It's just more fun.
For 8, okay?
I would say, like, again, in all likelihood, barbell shoulder press, whether you do it seated or standing, is probably going to be better for shoulder growth than dumbbell shoulder press, just because you can use more weight.
And I'm now up to 107 kilograms I can do about 6 or 7 reps on that now. Again, in about 6 months. So I'm very, very happy with that. Building a nice, thick, solid, tight, juicy back. I do another round of close grip lat pull downs on this one. Again, just absolute staple lat builder, but I do it in a slightly higher rep range on this day, more like 8 to 10 reps rather than 6 to 8 when I first do it. And then a very interesting exercise, the seal row.
Yeah,
now, most
seal
gyms,
rows.
you're not going to have this, and you're probably not going to be one to go ahead and set this up in your gym. So
I might want to get a seal row bar. I don't think it really matters.
a barbell row will suffice, but the good thing about this seal row is you can't cheat it. There's no way of yoinking and joinking
seal
the
rows
weight
are
up.
good.
You literally can't cheat it anyway at all. So I do 2 sets of that, followed by another round of rear delt exercises, this time on the fly. So seat all the way down, hands out in front, okay? Like, not your shoulder blades back, but your shoulder blades forward, and then nice and controlled. It's all rear delt. It's all rear delt on that one. I do 3 sets. Really, the rear delt is all, and the side delt, those exercises, just the preacher curl on Saturday. And also only training legs once a week. I was very skeptical to do that. But so far, my squat's gone up from 60 kilograms for a 5x5. I've doubled it. Because I'm now...
That is very, very, very weak. Really bad.
Now, actually, this Saturday...
Yeah, now he's saying 120.
Programmed to do 125 kilograms for 3x5 reps.
120. So what's the conversion? 120. I think it's 2.223 or some whatever fuck. That's a lot better. That's at least like decent, you know. Not horrible.
Okay, 3 times. And I just maxed out with 140 kilogram squat. And previously, in my head, I had this weird barrier that 100 kilograms, so 225 pounds, was like the max I could ever squat. And that was like huge. That's a good squat, bro. I thought 140 would never be anything I would ever achieve. And now I'm literally chasing 150. And if you see that board behind me, my previous goal for 2026 was to squat 140 kilograms. I literally wrote it on there and ChatGPT'd an image of myself squatting it so I could visualize it. 140 kilograms for 2. And I just did 140 kilograms for 1, like January the other day. So we're smashing it there. Buzzing about that. From there, on my leg day, I go and do, after squats, I go and do the pendulum squat. Again, the pendulum squat, the hack squat, these are all leg exercises.
Pendulums are fantastic. They're definitely goated. If you ever have an opportunity to use a pendulum squat, they're so fucking good. I'm definitely getting a pendulum squat.
Is that you can't cheat. You can't yoink and joink and shove the weight up with other muscles that you're not trying to use, okay? For example, the pendulum squat, when you're locked in it like that, it's all quads. It's a lot of muscle for them to look like they're anything. So legs is a huge focus for me. So I'm hoping that this big...
He says he's only training legs once a week. If his squat is only, he's squatting 266 for sets of 5, he really should be just training legs twice a week. If he was like, if he was squatting like maybe 500 or 600 pounds for sets of 5, I could kind of understand then if he only really wants to train them once a week, or at least just squat once a week and maybe do a lighter leg day where he just does like, leg press or something. But yeah, if he's only lifting that much weight, he really should just be training legs twice a week and probably squatting twice a week.
Squat and things like the pendulum squat are going to translate nicely over to bigger quads this year. From there,
his legs don't look bad. They don't look like chicken legs though. So
I go and do a seated hamstring curl, and I just hold at the bottom position for 1 second, and I do 3 sets.
Yeah, holding at the bottom don't even bother.
Of 12 to 15. Hamstring curl, hold. 1 second. Hamstring curl, hold. From there, I go and do leg extensions, and probably another favorite exercise of mine, I've got to admit. Lock yourself into that machine, and I do 2 sets.
Yeah, people have shat on leg extensions for a long time. Leg extensions are good. There's nothing wrong with them. They build your legs.
Second pauses at the top. 2 sets of 20 reps. 20 reps. It's purely mental. You get to that 15th rep and you're like, oh, I want to quit so bad. But when you stack like 70 kilograms, 50, 40, 30, and I do 25 reps on each of those. Bang out 25, 3 pounds. And my goal is to look like this at 182-ish pounds.
Estrogenic donated $2. Let me see. The black baby. Okay, I don't know what the hell that is.
Slimy?
Okay, thanks for the donation, dude.
180. When I look like this, I was 175, 176. So we're really going for maximum muscle because it's fun and it's a good achievement. And I like the discipline of really just going after my potential in terms of my physical body, because that then translates into me going after my full potential in my business, in my relationship.
Just do steroids. I don't know, like, especially since he's bald. I don't know why, just...
Welcome to another video. We are on our way to another friggin' Emirate. I'm only kidding, but it does take a long time to go to this gym because we're going to Oxygen and we are going to be linking up with Hussein Farhat, who I have actually not seen for 2 or 3 years. And
how are you always majestic like this?
What a broccoli-haired douchebag. Imagine walking around outside with that fucking haircut.
How you doing? Yo, what's good, bro?
You meet it before?
No, first time. It's my second time in Dubai. First time was when I met you. Yeah.
So... Ready?
Want to push?
Yeah.
Down? Yeah, let's do it.
Rise into body parts, got back, shoulders, chest, legs, arms. Funnily enough, I have never done a leg session yet. Don't know why. But that's going to continue because we're not doing legs today. So we're going to do push today and then cardio zone as well. I've never used that. The hardest thing though is deciding like what machine to use.
Yeah, there's a lot.
It's like a Smith machine press. What the fuck? This is definitely a new one. Right, I reckon either that one or that one. Okay.
You're not going to change, Mike.
Change? Yeah, I am. Of course I'm going to change. I'm going to put the tightest top on known to man. Oh yeah.
Whoa.
How is this guy, like, not on steroids? It's kind of fucking nuts, dude.
I have an app which I follow, so I design my own programs. It's inside.
I don't know, like, I saw his blood work a few years ago. His hematocrit was like 42. So, if the guy was on gear, you wouldn't expect to see that low of a fucking hematocrit. Like, mine isn't high either, it's 48, but I mean, it's not fucking 42, so... I don't know if the guy's still natural, like, I swear he looks freakier than before. And he is getting older, like, I don't know if he, like, decided to just, you know, TRT or something, but, like, how the fuck is this guy natural?
The app, and then basically based on that, how...
I'm pretty confident still, like, at least a few years ago, the guy was natural. There's no way his hematocrit was as low as it was, and he was on gear.
I will follow whatever the program says.
Is it like tracking the workouts you can keep track of?
Wait, does this guy have one of those bitch, like fucking $5,000 purse bag things?
Follow whatever the program says.
Is it?
Oh my god. What do you call those? What are those dumb bags that women pay like $5 grand for? That like an Indian can make for like $3 that it's exactly the same? They're literally like meme... What are they called? Yeah, this. Louis Vuitton. I think it's a Louis Vuitton. Wow. Imagine being that much of a... Like, holy shit, dude. That is gay.
Like tracking the workouts you can keep track
That
of
is so gay.
We haven't even started to work yet.
How are you already pumped? Important? Oh, sorry.
How are you already pumped? How does that happen?
Just the way it is.
Are you actually tracking right now, Hussein, your progressive overload and everything?
Tracking?
Yeah.
Nope. I just go to failure and wish for the best. Every single set.
Funny how you criticize how weak the guy's squat is when you don't even squat. I do squat. You can't even squat 315 while I literally can. You need a pussy machine to do your squats. I don't need it, but I got it for extra volume. Not to mention you're not even natural, okay?
I go to failure. Is that how you train?
That's how I used to train.
Yeah.
And then I started to get old. And I was like, fuck, I can't handle this amount of volume and stress.
I'm someone who does like really 2 sets, 3 sets max to failure, but it's been working so far. I think the older I get, maybe I'll have to make some adjustments.
Yeah.
How do you train now?
Mostly for like compound lift. Work my way up, do 2 big working
Oh my
sets.
god, he has a little necklace too.
And then isolation stuff, I maybe will do 3, but I'm definitely doing...
I did not know manatees were related to elephants and hyraxes. That's interesting. I really like manatees.
Like more of a low volume approach. compared to how it used to be.
Okay.
It used to be like what you did, where it was just like, like over 20 working sets, just going to failure on every single one. But it's weird though, because I am now the strongest I've ever been.
Really?
Yeah. Like you would have thought, I was thinking it would plateau and like start to go downhill.
Yeah.
But I'm actually the strongest I've ever been.
What's the thought process behind that decision?
I want to do, it's almost like I want to do the least, like the perfect sweet spot in terms of volume to get the maximum output, right? So I don't want to do wasted sets or put in effort that's just going to be wasted. You know what I mean? Like I want everything to be as efficient as possible. So I want to go to the gym and do like the perfect amount whereby I can leave the gym and also feel like great. Not like I'm absolutely fucked up and I need to go back home and have a nap. Because that's what used to happen every time. I would overdo it and then I would just be wiped out for the rest of the day and then I would just be excessively sore. So with this style of training, you minimize the soreness, you minimize any unnecessary fatigue, yet you can maintain maximum strength and hold on to
the
your physique.
lifestyle is probably much better in this way.
Yeah, because I've got so much going on now. I don't have all the time in the world just to like lie down and rest. Like I have like loads of other things going on that needs my attention. I need to have like maximum energy levels at all times.
I was gonna ask you, what is your split? Do you have a split that you follow? Like,
because I tend to train 5 days a week. My favorite 2 options would be push-pull legs, upper lower.
Why don't you do barbell squats, ass to grass? I do barbell squats. I'm using a safety squat bar now because my traps have gotten so large. I can't really put the barbell on my back in a sensible position. And as like I can't, my left knee doesn't bend that much. So I can squat to like about parallel or slightly below, but I can't do like ass to grass. Where is the video of you squatting 315 with a barbell? You can find it on my Insta. I did it when I was natural. I did do 315 at a commercial gym when I was training with Clarence Kennedy. But you can literally see me squatting 315. This is when I was natural. Yeah, and in the apartment and everything. There's 315. So I was doing sets of 5.
Or upper, lower, upper. Yeah.
That's good.
And I tend to cycle through that.
have you tried switching biceps and triceps on your push-pull?
No.
You should try it. It's actually really, really nice, especially visually.
Yeah.
Because like you have a chest bar. This machine is nice.
I hope he talks as little as possible, because when he opens his mouth, it annoys me.
Did you go to that crazy gym where they like?
Honestly, if this guy fucking shows up at this haircut, I'm like, yeah, I'm not training with you. Fuck off.
I was gonna ask you. Diamond Gym. Yeah. Would you go?
I would go. It would annoy me because I think everything's stupid, but
yeah,
it's more of a mental workout, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. The Unk is a firefighter, so for him it's just a matter of like pushing
Unk's a little bitch.
Your limits.
Yeah.
So regardless of like if you're strong or not, you just want to see you put the effort and try to like push yourself. It's definitely not for muscle growth. That's 100% sure. I went twice, vomited 4 times total.
And that's like not a normal thing for you.
No.
Do you know what a free weight is? A safety squat bar is a squat bar. It's a free weight.
No, never. I never throw up on a workout usually. But yeah, 4 times. I did injure myself.
Shut up. I don't know if I can get through this listening to this jackass.
Yeah. What Mike told you last time you guys saw each other, and it's kind of funny because
Oh yeah. And
Oh my god, all they do is talk. Shut the fuck up.
And I think that was the best month.
Shut up. We don't care. How is this guy like a thing on social media? It's just a fucking annoying dork.
Mike, do you feel like beneficial for people to even believe you guys are not because it's like, is there like a limited belief or like, how do you feel about people accusing you and stuff like that because you guys
It's been getting it since like literally after crazy. They were just like, what the fuck, like how? and even some of those guys were taking stuff. Yeah. So some people will just have a harder time than others. Yeah. Putting on muscle, losing body fat. But I would never let yourself believe that a great physique can't be achieved naturally.
No, I know. Like the thing is, I have a different perspective. Yeah,
I'll be really small if you just less than I feel like it.
He doesn't like me, I think. Like I never he always more than I is.
Oh, that was good stuff.
Let me take this off. Here we go. It's not as impressive as you. We're trying to get there. And I'm the biggest.
Oh look, he looks the same as he did before. I guess the Turk isn't helping.
Sorry, I can't satisfy or something. I give you some time to practice like that.
So I the whole.
No, I do it. It's been like 5 years now.
There's just way too much yapping. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's it. It's way more.
It's also really boring watching people just use machines. Like, okay, whatever. Yeah, just all machines.
Literally, I can do anything I want. There's vibes.
Yeah, I'm.
All right.
Right at that exact part of the rep, he got hurt. But what actually happened there? And why is this already the second time he's been injured in a tendon? And what exactly happened there too? So Levan Saginashvili, the arm wrestling world champion who was supposed to compete again soon, uploaded this video a month ago. And as you can probably guess, he won't be competing soon. But why? Because right there on that rep, something tore, or partially tore. Now, to know exactly what tore, the best solution is to use an MRI. The funny thing is, because of Levan's size, he couldn't fit into an MRI machine.
Because Levan's so big, he couldn't fit in the MRI machine.
Yeah, trying to physically fit him into an MRI machine is like trying to put
Well, why doesn't he go to a zoo? Zoos have large MRI machines for big animals.
him in the backseat of a car on a booster seat. It's not happening. So they went with the next best option, ultrasound. And according to the competition owner, Levan suffered a proximal biceps muscle tear and also a partial tear of the proximal biceps tendon, meaning right up here.
That's not good.
Closer to the shoulder. But that's completely different from what happened to this guy. Back in 2023, this guy turned on the camera in his car and showed his audience this weird little lump right at the front of his elbow.
See me moving this? Look at that move.
Yeah, we saw it. No need to show off. Now, if you feel that area in your arm, you won't have a lump here. I hope. So, why did he? Because he had a distal biceps tendon rupture, meaning the tendon tore down near the elbow. The opposite
That is much more preferable, way easier to repair.
from what happened to Levan that tore it closer to the shoulder, the proximal part. But here is the real question. Could this happen to you? The guy that you see here is probably the most famous person on the planet for tearing both biceps tendons.
How the fuck do you do that? That is crazy.
Huge honor. He got about 70 million views, 2 ruptures, and 1 word from me. Ouch. And here's where it gets really interesting. This study is one of the most unique ones in this area. They took 50 plus YouTube videos of real biceps ruptures, some you've probably seen. A biceps tear during deadlifts, calisthenics moves like planche, the infamous preacher curl, arm wrestling.
Was that Eddie? Was that Eddie Hall? Yeah, I think that's young Eddie Hall. I didn't know he had a bicep tear doing that. Let me watch that again. It's like the same tattoo that he has, I think.
The infamous preacher curl.
Yeah, I swear that's Eddie.
Arm wrestling and analyzed exactly why it happened. First of all, it happened to the people who didn't subscribe. I wouldn't take that chance. Second, except for one case, almost all the injuries happened in supination, meaning when the palm is facing up. Even in deadlifts, it's usually the supinated arm that gets injured, not the pronated one. 3. In none of the injuries was the elbow flexed more than 45 degrees, meaning most ruptures happened either around 0 to 10 degrees or 10 to 45 degrees. 4. Most ruptures happen during an isometric contraction, meaning when the muscle is producing force, but it's not lengthening or shortening. And last one, each injury was accompanied by a sound effect, or a sound defect. Yes, this one. Now, the type of injury Levan has closer to the shoulder often doesn't require surgery in most cases. But here's the thing, this isn't his first rodeo. 2 years ago when he wrist curled 100 kilos or 220 pounds.
That is insane. How the fuck do you wrist curl that?
In this video, he got injured too. And based on what he said, he tore the tendon responsible for wrist flexion. Which isn't really accurate, because anatomically there isn't just one tendon responsible for that. Here we have 8 flexor muscles, and some of them are responsible for wrist flexion, and each of them has its own tendon. Like the flexor digitorum superficialis, the flexor digitorum profundus, flexor carpi radialis, flexor carpi ulnaris, and, you've guessed it, palmaris longus, which doesn't attach to bone the same way, rather it blends into connective tissue like the palmar aponeurosis and the flexor retinaculum. But, never mind. See this?
Yes.
Most tendon ruptures, like this fun rupture, tend to happen when we're trying to control a heavy weight during the eccentric portion. When the muscle is lengthening under tension. That's what happened here in the chest. Here in the wrist curl. And likely here again in the new injury. And anabolic substances can make these tendon injuries more common, especially with very high loads and aggressive technique. And a crazy story, in one study that followed lifters with a pectoralis tendon rupture for up to about a year and a half, one participant who also injected anabolic steroids died from heart disease before the study even ended. And nonetheless, based on a lot of data, steroids are a very reasonable explanation for why we see repeated tendon injuries, because anabolic steroids and performance-enhancing drugs in general are linked to a higher risk of tendon ruptures. And
it's primarily just because you're lifting heavier weight.
That risk can come from a couple of angles. Either a potential tendon structure changes, or because of PEDs you get so much stronger, so fast, that you start handling loads and training intensities your tendons simply weren't built to tolerate, especially during competition prep. But you don't need to be scared of exercises like preacher curls, planches or bench press, especially if you're careful, train with loads you're adapted to, if you control your technique, if you use a range of motion your body can actually handle.
How do you stay passionate about lifting when you have to be at public gyms? It seems like everyone goes to a gym, even my old uncle or church mum. They take up machines and parking spots, so you can't really train hard as you want waiting on equipment.
Well, I mostly stick to free weights. Like, it's always dumb jackasses who are using machines, so, if you stick more to free weights, usually less people get in your way, especially the squat rack. But yeah, I would highly recommend, if you have the space and money for it, just building your own home gym. Just way, way more convenient. And I made much better progress when I finally made my home gym. You can get the equipment you want that's ideal for you. You don't have to travel. You can listen to whatever music or movies or whatever you want. You can do it whenever you want. You don't have to wait till the gym's open, or you don't have to avoid, peak hours. Just everything about it so much better. So, yeah, I would highly recommend a home gym, but yeah, just try to find a schedule where, not so many people are going to be there, and in my experience anyway, if you stick more to free weights, there's less people who get in your way. Thanks for the donation, though. I love weights.
If you show up to the gym rested after a good night's sleep, and don't turn every set into ego lifting or a moment to impress your crush, because the only crush you want in the gym is the one you're doing to the weights, not what the weights do to you. Now, I genuinely hope Levan recovers as fast as possible, because in his upcoming match he won't be able to compete, and Devon will step in against Vitali instead. So good luck to Devon. And for you, keep training smart, keep training safe. And that's what I'm trying to educate you here in this channel. And especially if you're a teen, stay away from steroids and from Epstein and focus.
Yeah, just take steroids once you're an adult, just fully grown. Wait until at least your 20s.
On slow, steady progress over time. That's how you get stronger and stay healthy long enough to enjoy it. You can support the channel back by joining the membership, leaving a like, subscribing, and watch my other videos.
Tiger Woods, a legend. Legendary golfer, cultural icon, and one of the most recognizable athletes in the world. But as his career has spanned decades, fans have noticed more than just changes in his game. They've noticed changes in his hair. Today we'll explore the journey of Tiger Woods and try to determine if he's had a hair transplant. In 1994, at the age of 19, we can see that Tiger has hair that is somewhat curly. It's not the curliest type of hair that exists, but it does definitely have a curl to it. And curlier hair does provide better coverage for the scalp. Usually, the curlier one's hair is, the less overall number of follicles that exist on their scalp. But each follicle actually provides better coverage, so it can look quite full with fewer hairs. And Tiger's type of hair tends to be rather straight under the skin surface. When we do hair transplant surgery, most hair types tend to be fairly straight under the skin surface. As you get to the really curly hair, then you start to have a more curved follicle, and we need to adjust our surgical technique for that hair type. But in Tiger's case, his hair type does not pose as much of a technical challenge for hair transplant surgery. But Tiger has good overall fullness here and maybe some slight temporal peak weakness. In 1995, at the age of 20, we see here that Tiger has a widow's peak, and that's that area right in the center of the hairline that comes down a little bit. He also had proportional horizontal thirds at this point in his life. In 1996, at the age of 21, I see no change. In 1997, at the age of 22, we're now starting to see some frontotemporal recession happening. It's very mild, but it's clearly there compared to just a few years before. And we see with this image from the back of his head that he has a strong donor supply. For most men, that amounts to about 6,000 to 8,000 grafts that can be harvested from the donor area over the course of usually several procedures if needed to be able to use in other areas, like for example the frontal scalp or the crown or wherever it's needed. Of course, some people have weaker donor areas that may not even be able to support that many grafts being harvested without thinning out the donor area more significantly. And it's interesting here.
Is high volume or high weight more important? Well, tension across the muscle fiber is the primary driver of hypertrophy, so you do need a requisite amount of weight. And you do need to train within a close proximity to failure. So those two factors are going to be more important than just the total amount of sets you do. Because if you're lifting with very light weights and not training within a close proximity to failure, you're not going to gain as much muscle compared to if you do less sets, but you train with heavier loads with a close proximity to failure.
Here to see Tiger's hat indentation line, you can see where along his scalp that's forming, and that is around the level of where an FUT scar would be. More on that later. In 1998, at the age of 23, I see no change.
Oh my god. Gummy, you're so long. Oh my god. This cat is so beautiful. Yeah, you're so beautiful. Oh my god. Holy shit. I'm so lucky to have this cat. You are so beautiful, Gummy. Oh my god. You're so handsome. Yeah. Look at your paws. Do you guys see this? Got a little kitty paw. Oh, I love you. You're nice and comfy, Gum Gum. Oh, he's rolling around.
In 1999, at the age of 24, we see in these images that Tiger now has some temporal thinning. That's the area right here, right above the sideburns, that in his case you can clearly see is starting to thin. And you also can see that right at his hairline, Tiger's hair is starting to miniaturize. So you can see that the more youthful type of rounded appearance to that frontotemporal corner is starting to look thinner, and that's what's going to fade as he ages. And as most of us age, we start to lose that configuration and we start to have a more pronounced frontotemporal corner. And that's why when we do surgical hairline designs, one thing that we usually avoid in men is creating that roundness, because as people age, they no longer have that naturally. So again, with hair transplant surgery, it's very important for us to create a natural look for someone. And we want it to look natural, not just when they're young, like in their 20s and 30s, but way beyond that, right? When they're older, they have this more permanent hair. We need it to look natural. And that starts with proper surgical planning and design of the hairline. We don't want to take young guys, give them exactly what they're asking for, which sometimes we know is not going to be a natural look later on. And then as time passes, they might regret the decisions that they made earlier in life. So it's very important for hair surgeons to really guide their patients to create the best possible results, not just for now, but way into the future. In the year 2000, at the age of 25, we see that Tiger now has frontotemporal recession that has slightly progressed. And he's now entering into that decade that I sometimes talk about, ages 25 to 35, where most guys will experience an acceleration of their hair loss. I think we should call this decade maybe the recession era. And so many patients reach out to me in this decade of life and they're trying to get a transplant. But if they're not on proper medical therapy, it's usually best to wait until their hair loss pattern is more defined and something that resembles their more end stage of hair loss, rather than jumping in with a big transplant, let's say to the hairline, when they're not properly medicated. That is fraught with lots of problems later in life. So again, it's very important to be on medical therapy if you're considering hair transplant surgery, or if you're just trying to prevent further hair loss and thicken up what you have. So again, the two main medications that I always talk about on this channel are finasteride, or its stronger cousin dutasteride, and that's for preventing further loss. And then we have minoxidil, and minoxidil works by thickening up our existing hair, but it's not preventative. So it's not just about choosing the medication based on which side effect profile you prefer, it's about choosing the right medication for what it is that you're trying to achieve. And usually it's that combination of preventing further loss and trying to thicken up what you currently have that leads to the best results. And then you take that stable foundation and you start to include a transplant to augment the results, and then you can get a very nice final outcome that will be sustained over your whole life, ideally. And for the best place to get finasteride and minoxidil at very affordable prices, these are generic medications, you should not overpay for them, head to feelconfident.com where you can order it right there on the website. Fill out your information. There's a simple core about it, feelconfident.com. In 2001, at the age of 26, I see no change. In 2002, at the age of 27, when we compared Tiger's images here, especially that right three-quarter view, back to how he looked at the age of 21, we can clearly see the frontotemporal thinning that has developed. This is something that's progressed with time, and this is one clear sign of androgenetic alopecia. alopecia. And people will often ask me, what Norwood scale they are. As many of you know, I'm not the biggest fan of the Norwood scale for clinical use because the reality is there are hundreds, if not thousands, of slightly different variations of male pattern loss. So to put all of that into 7 classes of the Norwood scale is not exactly giving justice as far as how people actually present in real life. But if you were to pin me down for a Norwood scale of Tiger's case here in 2002, I would call it about a Norwood 2. In 2003, at the age of 28, I see no change, and that's the same through 2005. In 2006, at the age of 31, we're seeing some progressive frontal scalp thinning. And that whole frontal scalp region, you can almost see where the demarcation is in the back half or the posterior frontal scalp, where that hair starts to thicken. Everything in front of it is starting to look much thinner. So in addition to the recession that's happening, there's also a general thinning of that frontal scalp. Some people start to lose more hair in the crown initially, and other people tend to have more of a predominant loss in the frontal area. And for some people, it starts to go in both areas around the same time. That again goes back to these slightly different patterns of androgenetic hair loss that exist in nature. Tiger's crown here is starting to show maybe some very early signs of thinning, but
oh my god, he's turning into a cue ball.
Is overall fairly intact. In 2007, at the age of 32, we're now seeing that Tiger's hairline appears to have shifted up. We can clearly now see more of his upper forehead. And that brings out some of the curvature that exists in that upper forehead. And he's now lost some of the finer hairs of his hairline. And you can especially see that with the thinning of the widow's peak as well as the rest of that central hairline. In 2008, at the age of 33, we're now seeing additional temporal thinning that continues, and there's a near loss of that anterior peak of the temples. The temples are now starting to take on a straighter type of configuration rather than having that anterior peak projection, and that adds to the size of the forehead. It's not just the recession that's occurring going up and also on a diagonal, it's also that lateral extent of the forehead that is now expanding due to the loss of that anterior temporal peak, and that is definitely something that people notice. They can't always put their finger on it, but it's that loss of the temples that creates the lateral expansion of the forehead and makes it look bigger. Also, Tiger's crown loss is starting to be more visible, especially when you look at someone's hair from a profile view. When the crown is intact, there's a nice rounded contour from the frontal scalp to the mid scalp going down into the occipital area if the crown is filled. But when the crown starts to thin out and it starts to become a bit more deficient in hair, you'll start to notice that there's a flattening of that area. And so that can of course be seen from the posterior view, but from a profile view or a lateral view, you can very clearly see that contour change when people have a crown deficiency. In 2009, at the age of 34, I see no change. And in 2010, at the age of 35, I also see no change. In 2011, at the age of 36, Tiger is starting to experience even more forehead show as that hairline creeps up. And that, of course, will be highlighted even more when he's exposed to bright light, especially the sun. And you can see that in this image. And that light penetration is often one of
None of this affected his ability to get bitches. So, yeah, who cares about going bald?
the biggest complaints I get from my patients who come in with a thinner frontal scalp. They'll often be bothered by how much the light is penetrating towards further back on their scalp. In 2012, at the age of 37, what we see here is that Tiger's hairline is looking a bit stronger. And when I look at the side of his scalp, in that occipito-parietal scalp, I'm seeing what could potentially be some signs of FUT scarring with some cross-hatching. When we close an incision, if there's tension that builds up on the closure, the scar will sometimes have some vertical cross-hatching, so that it's not necessarily just a straight line across with, remember, the FUT type of surgery that was a strip type of removal. So instead of just that that linear scar, you can sometimes get these kind of vertical extensions if too much tension is built up in the closure, or sometimes if suture material or staples are used where they don't dissolve as quickly and sometimes leave those marks. There's of course an art to closing any incision, and the same holds true for FUT incisions. And even though that's fallen out of favor for men these days getting hair transplant surgery, and most people are doing FUE surgery, including us, there is still a time and a place for FUT surgery for both men and women in properly selected individuals. But I think that perhaps, especially in 2012, this was not exactly prime time for FUE. It was still at a time when FUT surgery was the predominant way to harvest hair from the back of the scalp. And I do see some indication of that possible scar line there. And I think that perhaps the hairline has improved. So he may have had a procedure around that time. And in 2013, at the age of 38, what we see here is that Tiger's hairline is now overall a bit lower compared to how it was in the 6 or 7 years that preceded this. But we're still seeing continued thinning of Tiger's hair in that whole DHT sensitive zone. In 2014,
Bro, just go bald. Like, what the fuck?
At the age of 39, you can see that from that profile view, part of that potential FUT scar is visible. In 2015, at the age of 40, what we're seeing here...
Like, you're really gonna walk around like this? Why the fuck doesn't he just shave his head? Like, these people are insane.
Is that Tiger's frontal thinning progresses, and possibly only his transplanted hair is what's actually remaining in a good portion of that frontal scalp. And this again highlights the importance of proper prevention of further hair loss, or else surgical outcomes are not always that impressive years later if you didn't take the right measures to properly secure your existing hair. And that's one of the main reasons why I say no to people when they come in for surgery. It's because their hair is not stable. You have to stabilize hair loss before you operate. Hair surgery should not be seen as like some emergency. It's better to take your time, take the right steps to stabilize hair before we go in and operate. In 2016, at the age of 41, I see no change. In 2017, at the age of 42, we're seeing here some progressive crown loss. And I think that the primary population of hair in the frontal area...
What is wrong with him? I just don't get it. The guy goes out of his way to get fucking like a hair transplant so he doesn't look like some bald freak. Then he ends up looking like this. And he'll walk out in public like this. Shave your fucking head, you idiot.
Is actually the transplanted grafts. Remember that even after the age of 35, there's still progressive loss of hair. It's just usually occurring at a slower rate compared to men in their late 20s and early 30s. And for some people, that can lead to a still nearly bald appearance without any proper intervention. In 2018, at the age of 43, what we see in the side view of Tiger is that the
Dude, it's so bad. Just shave your fucking head, you dumbass. Like, what the fuck?
FUT scarring, to my eye, appears more severe.
Yeah, and I mean, he had no trouble getting bitches anyway. Like, why the fuck would he even get a hair transplant to begin with? And I mean, like, it's just psychotic. This is better than just shaving your fucking head?
Some general thinning in that donor zone with the progression of androgenetic alopecia, especially because some people tend to be diffuse thinners, where even in the donor area, there's some loss of hair that occurs. Or it could mean that potentially he's had some additional procedures that now has led to that FUT scar looking even more pronounced. As you go back through an initial FUT scar and say remove the scar and remove some additional hair to transplant again, you are now building up more and more tension in that closure as the scalp gets tighter. And as you do that, that scar can start to widen even more and create a less favorable scar. Remember that scalp laxity is limited, and the more tissue you remove, the tighter it gets, and you cannot just continue to do more and more and more FUT surgery. Eventually, there's going to be a limit to how much you can actually remove. But most people can undergo usually between 2 and 3 FUT procedures safely without building up too much tension in the occipital area. And again here,
like this guy is like very, like he's got to be at least close to being a billionaire. You can't afford to just go to the barber and tell him just fucking shave your head? Like, what the fuck? This guy has like 80 girlfriends. Get one of them to shave your fucking head. Like, dude, I'm sure at least one of his fucking girlfriends told him to shave his fucking head. Like, it's just insane.
Here, I think that most of the hair in the front...
Like, you know one of his girlfriends has a fucking hair trimmer. Like, what the fuck?
Scalp is the transplanted grafts, not so much his original hair. And as far as graft count goes, between the maybe 2 FUT surgeries that he had, I think perhaps this was a total of about, I'm guessing here, maybe 3,000 grafts to the frontal.
I don't know, Rich, you look pretty good with the low cut look you got going on. If you went completely bald, you really think it would not affect your ability to get booty whatsoever?
Nah. Yeah, it wouldn't. Thanks for the donation though, Justin.
Scalp and to part of the mid scalp, but I think that the crown was largely omitted when it came to grafting. It looks much more bare compared to even the frontal scalp and mid scalp. In 2019, at the age of 44, we see that his potential FUT procedures have allowed him to essentially have some semblance of a hairline still, especially in the right lighting and maybe with the use of, let's say, topic powder for camouflage. He's able to present as someone with a hairline with some framing of his face. And as far as hairline design goes, it looks like they selected a straighter type of appearance to Tiger's hair.
21st on each other's, dude, your hairline is the same as Tiger's when you said you're gonna walk around like this. It's not. Just shave it bald at that point. So why don't you shave your nigger head bald? You have the same hairline length as he did there. I don't. I haven't lost any hair. Look literally the same. I've always had the same, like, fucking hairline since I was a kid, so. Thanks for the donation though, 21st.
Hairline. In certain ethnicities, a straighter hairline is more acceptable. In other ethnicities, it's better to create a bit more curvature to the hairline for naturality. But the key here, I think, is that they kept the hairline at a higher level and didn't drop it down too much. And I think that's super important because had the neo hairline been placed too low, it would have created a very artificial appearance where you'd have hair at a level where it doesn't typically exist in a low density type of format. Of course, he was a big part of this decision making. And when you compare what I think is FUT scarring to how things looked with the indentation of just Tiger wearing his hat, I think you can appreciate a very distinct look of FUT scar compared to the
It's so weird too, because you can tell like this part of his head gets no sunlight. So you've got his like dark, like half black, half Asian fucking skin here. And then you've got this white fucking head where like not only does it look like he's going bald, but it looks like his skin is melted off and you're looking straight at his fucking skull bone. Like it's so retarded.
Indentation of a hat. In 2020, at the age of 45, notice that Tiger's transplanted hair alone is not coming close to his original density. Part of that has to do with the limited supply that exists on the back and sides of the head that we use as our donor areas for the actual grafts that get moved to the new location. And just like with FUT surgery having limitations, FUE surgery also has its limits. And as you start to cover more and more ground with the transplant, with say a same number of grafts, you're going to start to reduce your densities. And when you're doing the initial procedure with a lot of existing hairs in the area, you need to account for that hair. But if a lot of that hair starts to fade out and all you're left with,
Yeah, I mean, the guy's a billionaire. He should have just got a really good wig.
is transplanted hair, well then it will likely take on a thinner type of appearance, and some people come back wanting more density, but again, they're going to continue to deplete that donor area. So that again highlights the importance of medical therapy. You want to secure what you have and then build on it with surgery if needed. In 2021, at the age of 46, I wanted to highlight here one of the issues with FUT surgery, and one of the reasons why most men come in having zero interest in FUT. They just want to hear about FUE. And the main reason is that you have these linear scars on the back of the scalp that can be a dead giveaway that some surgery was done. And one way to hide those scars, at least partially, is to grow the hair out longer in the back. But as the
it looks fucking horrendous.
Transplant the hair here, like
dude, it's like his head is melting off.
Is quite thin. A better overall look for him might be one where he goes really short on the sides and the back and fades up into somewhat thicker hair. But he's not really able to do that if he's trying to grow his hair out longer in order to cover up some of the FUT scarring. And that again speaks to one of the main limitations of FUT surgery for men. In contrast with FUE harvesting, when it's done.
Justin, donate 220. How's Isaac being? Hope he's well. Yeah, he's doing good. We're both doing pretty good and just chilling. Thanks for the donation, Justin.
Properly, you are able to keep the back and the sides very short and fade up into more hair.
Hi dumbass, just to clarify, you saying oh my dumbass I'm Richard and I've always had the same hairline since I was a kid. You realize that's a cell phone, yes? You were born receded, chimp, let that sink in. You're just a receded ape from birth. Fucking faggot.
Thanks for the donation, Richard the nigger.
Hair, and many of my patients do just that, and it's very difficult to perceive those FUE scars when you have, again, properly distributed FUE scarring, and when the FUE harvesting is performed well. Where
look, I can grab his kitty feet. I have his kitty feet right here. Do you see his kitty feet? Oh my goodness. Oh, he has such nice kitty feet. Look at them. Oh, he has really cute pink toe beans. Oh my god. I love kitties.
The scars are not too big and heal well. Here's a patient of mine who had over 2,000 grafts placed into partially his crown and partially his hairline, and you can see his donor area looking very healthy after a single procedure, with the hair on the back of the scalp being extremely short. Those tiny little dot scars are really not too visible. In 2022, at the age of 47, it appears that most of Tiger's transplanted hair was likely placed into the frontal scalp and mid-scalp, because when I look at the crown, it doesn't look like it received much of a contribution of grafts. And it makes sense to prioritize aesthetically more critical zones, like the front and the middle, before you go into the crown. Now, in some people, the frontal scalp may have thinned, but it still looks intact. And if the crown is wide open, we might place the initial procedure of grafts into the crown. So it's not always that the first hair transplant needs to go into the frontal region, but for many people that is the strategy that we take, unless of course the crown is the primary area of loss. In 2023, at the age of 48, we
Oh my god. Oh my god, just shave your fucking head, you fucking retard. Holy fuck. All those hair transplant surgeries to look like this. Shave your fucking head, you fucking retard. You look like a freak. This looks like you just went out of fucking chemo and like most of his hair fell out. What the fuck are you doing? Like, you'll spend tens of thousands of dollars on hair transplants to make yourself look better, and then you walk outside like this?
See that Tiger has more advanced thinning, and likely he hasn't been on a whole lot of medical therapy. And people get overwhelmed sometimes with all the different options that exist online for their hair. They're constantly having things sold to them and marketed to them, and they don't know which way to turn, what's actually going to work, what's not going to work. And what I tell my patients is to stick to the tried and true. We know that finasteride and minoxidil have been around for many decades now and are overall very well tolerated at low dosages. It doesn't mean that no one's going to have a side effect. Of course, these are real medications with real potential side effects, and I talk about that in many of my videos. But those two medications are just so critical for men's hair when they're experiencing androgenetic alopecia. And again, to find those medications at affordable prices, make sure to check out feelconfident.com. Also, coming in thinning, not just in those recipient areas, should be this tall, will it be this scenario like this where the back is super thin. 2025 at the age of
What are you doing?
49. I wanted to highlight here some options that Tiger has.
Shave your head. That's the only option. Shave your fucking head. You're done. Dude, I literally have more fucking hair on my nutsack. Like, holy shit.
One is, of course, he can just go as is. There is nothing wrong about how things look now. He can just continue to sport this look, and that would be totally fine.
Oh
Another
my
option
God.
is, of course, to just shave the head and go bald.
That is so much better.
But again, with those FUT scars, it might not be his...
Who cares? That looks better.
First choice, because then people might ask, oh, what's that scar? And then, of course, it might seem more obvious that he had work done, which I think is totally cool to admit to. But of course, many people, especially celebrities, are a little bit more secretive about some of the work that they do. Another option is to get scalp micropigmentation, or SMP, into those FUT scars. We have a video on this topic, SMP, if you want to check it out. But it's small dots of ink that are placed into the FUT scar to make it somewhat less visible. Another option is FUE surgery into the FUT scar. And sometimes you can include SMP as well to further mask that strip scar. But sometimes it's better to use the grafts that you have remaining for other portions of your scalp rather than sending them into the strip scar itself. Yet another potential option for Tiger is to do an FUE surgery with some of the remaining grafts in the back of his scalp.
Why would you bother, dude? You're fucking done. You're 50. You're a billionaire. You still get bitches. Who fucking cares? Why walk around like a retarded freak?
Maybe about 2,000 grafts invested into
God.
the frontal scalp. The scar might become a bit more obvious, a bit P for the whole scalp more globally. Now, I think it always looks more natural when there's SMP into an area that P, I think, overall looks not the most natural appeal. Around 2000.
Jesus, Tiger Woods is a fucking idiot. Ugh. Yeah, he's like actually dumb.
At the Arnold Classic, will he win? You tell me down below in the comments. All right, the next physique update, we got sort of a physique update, is from Wesley Wizards. Now, he added some, I don't know, stupid filter here, so we can't really see anything. He says, shot with a true vintage camera, definitely looking bigger. Definitely wider. It seems like he, since the start of his career till his last show. The legs were always a problem. Now, Wesley is obviously a taller bodybuilder. It's much more difficult for taller guys to develop legs. You can see the same thing happening with Andrew Jack. Samson, however, somehow has massive legs as well, but that's very rare. I can't compare myself to these guys, but yeah, I'm 6'2" and I also have dominant legs. So it happens sometimes, but it's very rare. And in West's situation, definitely wasn't the case. His legs are always a weak point for him, and they still probably
He's
will
looking
be.
absolutely shredded.
He's a very dominant up-topping adults I ever saw, honestly. Him and Andres Munzer, I would say. But as far as the legs, he always lacks in that department. However, in this physique update, the leg width definitely looks a lot improved. And at, let's say, Pittsburgh Pro, do you think he's going to be able to deliver this good package by himself? I think so, but whatever you guys think, tell me down below in the comments. Oh, and yeah, we also got a physique update by Sam Sulek, and as he says, 4 weeks out. He didn't post a photo and said that he's 7 weeks out, kind of like what Hadi did. No, he posted his photos and said that he is 4 weeks out, as we are currently at 4 weeks out of the Arnold Classic, maybe even less than that. There. Because, again, how much does he need to change from this point? Not all. He doesn't even do peak weeks, really. I mean, he does slight manipulation at the end. And
the Department of Justice finally got around to releasing over...
Oh, this is 46 minutes. It's going to take too long to get through at this point.
Use the court system to silence critics. Unfortunately, yes. And I hope my story and what you'll watch in this video highlights how wealthy fraudsters can use lawfare to silence critics. In June 2021, I was sued by Derek Moneyberg, who happens to be very wealthy. I've made numerous videos in a series discussing him and my case. On September 29, 2023, we won the lawsuit in district court. In legal terms, we were granted the motion for summary judgment. Derek Moneyberg didn't like the outcome, so he appealed the ruling in October 2023. We finally had our oral argument day in appellate court on December 9th, 2025. That's right, it was over 2 years just in appellate court. That is nearly 5 years for the entirety of the case, but we did receive the order recently ending the case. The appellate court ruled in our favor, dismissing the claims of defamation, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and business disparagement, and affirmed the dismissal of the Lanham Act claims. That means it was a complete victory on the merits of the case in both courts. That's the good news, but now let's discuss this within the context of YouTube. Whether it was iDubbbz in his Content Cop series, H3H3 making fun of cringe content, CoffeeZilla exposing another fraudster, or clips from any number of commentary channels. YouTube is great when creators can call out other creators without fear of being financially ruined if that other person didn't like what they had to say, until you run into someone who is enough of a villain to file a lawsuit. This lawsuit was filed in federal court, specifically the U.S. District Court for the District of Nevada. After winning in that court, the case was appealed in the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit. That was a mouthful. My appellate ruling is binding precedent on every federal district court within the Ninth Circuit. I include the other states on screen that could apply my victory. The most notable states are California, Nevada, and Arizona for content creators. In lawsuits, attorneys use the rulings in other cases as precedent for how the judges have ruled before. This ruling is binding law in the Ninth Circuit and persuasive nationwide, which means it could directly affect how lawsuits against creators in the future are evaluated. Now let's discuss how wealthy people can weaponize the legal system to their advantage. This was a slap suit brought by a multimillionaire who got that way by scamming people out of their money, as defendants reported on. To keep his scam afloat, he sought to stifle anyone who tries to criticize him with what is colloquially referred to as lawfare, or a slap suit. To Buchkovsky, a few $100,000 thrown at an underfunded defendant is just the cost of keeping the scam going. More on what a slap suit is in just a minute, but in case you aren't aware, here in America, a wealthy person can sue an underfunded defendant and essentially ruin their life for many years, and in some cases bankrupt them. In case you haven't seen my videos discussing the case, the videos that resulted in the lawsuit are of me interviewing John, who is a YouTuber in the dating coach space. This was a much different time in my YouTube career back in 2020. All I did was interview John and ask him questions. I did not make any false statements of facts, did not make any accusations, and I certainly didn't make any opinions that would be considered defamatory. Yet, I was the one who was sued. In addition to a defamation claim, Moneyberg included the Lanham Act claim in the complaint strategically. One aspect of the Lanham Act is basically false advertising. Essentially, a competitor said a false statement of fact about a business's product or service. This was a meritless claim, but it's a federal claim. So
Oh, look, somebody admitting they're retarded without saying they're actually retarded. Surprised you still have subs after the penguin beef. Like, what are you, fucking retarded? Yeah, dude, Penguin Zero, like, totally destroyed me by, like, saying, you watch movies. That's, like, the same as torturing and killing animals, so, it's okay for me to, like, torture and kill animals, even though I said it's not okay to torture and kill animals. So, like, I'm just gonna eat McDonald's anyway. Yeah, I'm totally gonna lose subs over that. Congratulations, you're a dumb fuck.
Instead of the case being entirely in the state of Nevada's court, it went to federal court. The case is dragged on for over 54 months. Meanwhile, had it been properly brought in state court without its absurd Lanham Act claim, there would have been limited, if any, discovery and a quick and far less expensive resolution. Mr. Moneyberg properly...
Are you scared of Canada becoming like the UK, getting arrested for anti-Islam comments? Not particularly, because we actually have free speech in our constitution, unlike the UK.
Calculated that he had more money, so federal court was where he held an advantage in a war of attrition. We proved that Buchkowski materially misrepresented his state of residence. He could have simply claimed diversity jurisdiction since he is provably an Illinois resident. However, he sought to hide his true residency for some reason, presumably as a state tax evasion strategy, so a federal question was the only way to avoid litigating his state law claims in state court while maintaining his subterfuge. This is just one of the many unethical and, in my opinion, illegal tactics used by Moneyberg and his counsel throughout this process. But anyway, federal court is a lot more costly and takes a lot more time than just state court. There's also tactics employed to increase the billable hours. This image of me on the screen is from October 2022 when we went to court. His counsel was being incredibly difficult just scheduling depositions. So we had to go to court and get a judge to help us schedule a deposition date. It was like hurting adult children. This incident cost me $5,000 alone. Throughout a 5-year case, when you're dealing with Moneyberg and his counsel and their intent is to just ruin your life, there's so many tactics that you can employ that just keep the billable hours running. When I recoup my money from this situation, I know exactly what I'll be doing. I will be investing on the platform of today's sponsor, Webull. Easily.
Please no.
Description to get started on Webull today. Now let's discuss why the anti-slap is important for everyone in media, reporting, journalism, and YouTube content creators. SLAPP, Strategic Litigation Against Public Participation. Those of us reporting on fraudsters or unethical behavior by scammers or celebrities or influencers are vulnerable to a wealthy litigant utilizing the legal system to try and silence criticism. Moneyberg's case against me is the textbook definition of a slap lawsuit, a wealthy guy upset that someone reported on his unethical behavior or scams. Lawfare is essentially using the extreme cost of litigation to shut up or silence critics. The anti-slap special motion to dismiss is our best defense against those who engage in lawfare. The most important elements of the anti-slap are that defendants recoup their full attorney's fees and a $10,000 reward on top. That's supposed to be the deterrent for lawfare. The problem is that it isn't enough of a deterrent for someone wealthy enough like Moneyberg who has enough animosity to not worry about what could be $1 million in legal fees. The anti-slap is typically filed at the beginning of the case, which stays discovery, which means we'll put it off until the judge rules on the anti-slap. But there's ways around that, like Moneyberg filing a meritless claim, which we thought our best strategy was to go through discovery, because if you get the anti-slap denied at the beginning, you aren't able to use it at the end. The Institute for Free Speech website has a cool graphic for which states have the anti-slap motion. Currently, there are 39 states and the District of Columbia with the anti-slap motion available to defendants. They even provide a grade for each state. But what matters most at the end of the day is what the judge decides.
Look at this. Oh my god. Oh wow. That's a nice chunky bobcat. Oh, I'd like to rub a bobcat's tummy. Oh wow. Look at him rubbing that bobcat's tum-tum. Oh, that is a big kitty. Oh my goodness. He looks really warm and soft and cuddly, and he has such big paws. Oh, bobcats are special. Oh my goodness.
Besides, the judge didn't grant my anti-slap in what can only be considered
Nah, haven't seen Zootopia 2. It has bobcats in it. I gotta fucking watch that.
Ruling and just a complete mistake. In the order filed with the court back in September 2023, in order to win the anti-slap, you need to prove that the good faith communication must be either truthful or made without knowledge of its falsehood, and it must have a direct connection with an issue of public interest. Basically, you're talking about someone that is of public interest, a public figure, and you need to prove that you had no knowledge of falsity of any of the statements or you didn't act with reckless disregard for the truth. Keep in mind that I never made any statements at all, no accusations, and no wild opinions that could be considered defamatory. I simply interviewed a credible source who had first-hand experience dealing with Moneyberg. Taking plaintiffs at their word in their complaint, the court finds that they are public figures. This is important because this satisfies the communication being of public interest or about someone who would be considered a public figure. Here, all of the allegedly defamatory statements were uttered by Mulvihill, not Cornelia. Cornelia was simply interviewing Mulvihill. Thus, plaintiff's claim is more appropriately directed at Mulvihill. Regardless of this fact, the evidence in the record shows that Cornelia did not act with reckless disregard in conducting his interview with Mulvihill. As described, Cornelia published his videos based on reasonable information he received from reliable sources. Even the court agrees. That's their wording. They're basically implying that the lawsuit should have been filed against the guy I interviewed and not me. Even if Cornelia were mistaken, his conduct is not remotely close to constituting reckless disregard. Thus, defendants did not act with actual malice. In their order, in their own words, the court literally asserts both prongs of the anti-slap. They're saying, you
Dude, like, this took 5 years. Like, it's just crazy.
Need both of these things, and we're asserting you did both of these things. While defendants do not satisfy each individual criterion under Nevada's anti-slap statute, the court denies defendants' special motion to dismiss. They literally contradicted themselves in the same ruling. In detail, they described how I met both prongs of the anti-slap, and then in the paragraph with their ruling, they then claim I didn't. I bring this up because even if you have the strongest argument and all the letter of the law on your side, the judge can just...
Is it a female judge?
Turn their brain off and rule against you. That is the vulnerability of going to court, and the reason why wealthy people can sue, because there's a non-0% chance that...
Yep. You're always at the mercy of fucking morons.
That the judge just mistakenly rules. Moneyberg appealed because he didn't like that we won. And it gets worse. Here's the part that was even more frustrating. Had the district court granted the anti-slap, Moneyberg, when he wanted to appeal, he would have had to post...
Yeah, so... fucking insane.
The judgment amount in a what's called a supersedious bond, basically a third-party escrow company. So when the appeals process is over, I just collect from the bond. I don't have to chase Moneyberg at all. In our motion for fees at the district court level, we calculated around $330,000 in total should be awarded to me. I've now had to spend a significant amount of more money at the appellate court with no guarantee of recouping. Had the district court just granted the anti-slap like they
This is crazy. Our legal system is like just so shit.
I would be recouping $330,000 from that supersedious bond in just a couple weeks, and then the money from the appellate court would come just a couple months after. The appeals process is just another way for a wealthy litigant to delay the outcome, put more financial strain on an underfunded defendant like me, and possibly get a Hail Mary attempt at another judge that would make a mistake and rule in their favor. Here's the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals located in San Francisco, California. The importance of the appellate court is to apply the law correctly and affirm or deny the district court's ruling. We'll get to how this affects the anti-slap in just a minute. Here's the docket calendar for recent entries. On December 30th, we received the ruling from the appellate court. I shared the image earlier that they affirmed the district court's ruling, meaning they agreed. Well, here's the following paragraph. There is no need to address their special motion to dismiss. That is the anti-slap. Accordingly, we dismiss that appeal as moot. I was incredibly frustrated when I first read that because the last few years I've had to deal with every day waking up knowing that the district court incorrectly ruled on the anti-slap, how much better my life would be if they properly ruled on that. And now I'm finding out that the appellate court, the second court, they're not even going to rule on it. They're just going to dismiss it as moot. On January 8th, we filed a petition for rehearing for the appellate judges to rule on the anti-slap. If it ceases to exist in the District of Nevada because winning a summary judgment renders it moot, then wealthy slap defendants can stand there, but poor and middle-class people will have no access to justice at all. That consequence of this error cannot be ignored by this court. My lawyer is the best when it comes to First Amendment and anti-slap cases. Some of his motions are pretty funny, and I have good news. The following day, on January 9th, an order was filed directing Moneyberg to file a response to our petition for a rehearing. This indicates that the panel of judges in the appellate court have strong belief that they should rule on the anti-slap, and in the motion that my attorney filed, there's reason to believe that we should be granted the anti-slap. They're essentially telling Moneyberg in their order to file a response that, hey man, we're going to give you one last chance to try and convince us why we shouldn't rule on the anti-slap. They even filed a petition for a rehearing as well because they once again didn't like the outcome. They're trying to argue that Moneyberg wasn't a public figure. He's paid for an Instagram account with millions of followers. He's paid for numerous press releases so he can appear like a big deal in the news, one of them being Playboy, and he's posted content on social media for years. He is absolutely a limited purpose public figure, and the courts have ruled that twice. Notice that the courts haven't responded to his request. This is a positive sign that they don't intend on hearing his argument. These 3 judges are going to rule on the anti-slap very soon. All they have to do is rule according to the letter of the law. Plaintiffs are limited purpose public figures. Plaintiffs have not made the requisite clear and convincing showing that the Cornelia defendants had actual knowledge that their comments were false or acted with reckless disregard as to their falsity. Similarly, plaintiffs have not made the requisite showing that the Cornelia defendants acted with intent to harm plaintiffs' pecuniary interests. In their own words, they have asserted both prongs of the anti-slap. This is a very simple if-then logic sequence. If both prongs of the anti-slap have been met, then you have to grant it. In layman's terms, they have agreed that both elements of the anti-slap have been met, which means I should recoup attorney's fees plus a $10,000 reward. I just need these 3 judges to make the objectively correct ruling and grant the anti-slap. To date, I have accumulated $435,000 in total costs associated with this lawsuit and 5 years of my life. All I need is those panel of judges to correctly rule on the anti-slap, and I
like, it's crazy. For a YouTube video that was obviously fine and somebody just got butthurt over it, and like some dumb fuck retard judge couldn't make the proper ruling because they're fucking retarded, and then you have to go to like this different fucking court, and then they still don't want to do a ruling on it, and then you have to fucking file a petition. Like, fucking retarded.
I also want to say a huge thank you to everyone who has supported me throughout this process. A few years ago when I was down bad, absolute back against the wall, I started a GoFundMe, was able to raise money, and I can't tell you these fees. My current plan is to attend law school this August, and I can only hope that in the future, out of luck, make the correct ruling.
Wow. And he may never get reimbursed for that money he lost. Like, it's just insane. Like, there's no way you can tell me the court system is made this way with, like, the idea of fairness in mind. It's like wealthy, powerful people, you know, set up this whole fucking load of shit so they could fuck over, like, normal assholes, you know? It's crazy. Oh my god. Oh wow. Oh. Oh, that is so nice. Hee. Oh, that is such a nice cat. Oh my god, why are kitties so nice? Fucking love cats. Cats are just great.
Oh, yeah, this is...
Oh, it's a nice little guy.
We could go good news is he's made progress, like he's coming up to the front of...
Wow.
I'm not worried about it, it's just...
Look at him. He's a little scruffy boy.
I mean, even that, just me putting my hand right there, that's a big That's a big step, him letting me do that.
Oh.
With XO on there, what you'd come to believe with that, or what I would be, that is just why I love them so
My goodness.
Stickers.
Okay, all the birds are gone now.
What a nice little scruffy boy.
And the molars.
Oh.
Yeah, I was going to say 4 or 5.
That's a really cute dog. That's a shitty publisher sale. Train Simulator. Train Sim World. That looks like it might be cool. I might actually want to play one of these train sim games. I really like trains. Apparently it's buggy for a lot of people. I don't know. I've already seen Ninja Scroll. Ninja Scroll's really good. Yeah, Ninja Scroll's a dope anime. Oh wait, fuck, why did I do that? No, stop. Wanted to start The Last of Us. Fucking Call of Duty. Ugh. Why is it still loading? What the fuck? Fucking retard. Why is this bullshit still loading? Holy mother of a fuck, dude. There we go. Yeah, I've seen Tokyo Ghoul. Deepak Rakesh Anderson donators. Whenever you go out in public, it's obvious that 99% of humans are so unintelligent that they're basically NPCs. But this man is a true genius.
Are weak. I'm currently developing an addiction to methamphetamines just so I can show everyone how easy it is to quit. Wow.
It's an interesting way to self-teach.
It's a win-win. Either I kick the habit, which I will, and we could all stop glamorizing recovering addicts, or I could spend the rest of my life in a motel smoking crystal meth away from my family.
Like you're really just doing just for the struggle.
Sorry, what did you say? Drug addicts are weak.
This can't be real. What? This is like one of those fake edits, right? Thanks for the donation, dude. That was hilarious. Yeah, clavicular mindset. That's great. Feel like the internet's like kind of becoming more funny again, like old school sort of internet. Just more jokes about like crystal meth and shit, and people are calling each other faggots again. Everyone's saying the N-word.
Lev!
And I'm kind of disappointed there wasn't a full nude mod for Ellie and Abby.
Why doesn't Lev want to go to Santa Barbara?
He's worried about our mom. About what'll happen to her because of us.
Should he be worried?
Thoughts on Jazzercise with growth hormone? Do you think it will look like Crimson Chin? The Jazzercise thing is just gonna make you look like a fucking weirdo.
What could happen to her?
And growth hormone isn't particularly anabolic, and it's not going to increase the size of your jaw.
Mom is so devout. She'll probably be fine.
It increases the size of your feet and hands. It's not going to do anything to your face.
Can't convince her to leave. No one could.
And it'll only increase the size of your feet and hands if you take very large doses.
Lev? Lev, I'm sorry. Lev, come on out. Lev!
You know, I wonder if he saw this. He loves sharks.
Loves sharks but hates the ocean, huh?
He really opened up to you.
We bonded over our shared fear of dying.
You hear that?
Lev? Lev!
Are you in here?
Dog. There's dog.
It's okay. It's okay. She just wants to.
Dog wants to throw.
What you got there? She won't hurt.
Oh my god.
Okay, watch.
Dog good.
Go get it, girl.
See, dog? Dog, go pick up the squid. There he goes. Here comes your dog again. Wants more throw.
To throw it again.
Such a good dog. My goodness.
Yeah, he's so fast.
Such a good dog. I love dog. Dog good. Dog want throw.
That doesn't seem like a good idea.
Gummy also likes playing fetch. Isn't it right, Gum Gum?
Right? Nope. I promise.
I remember I got a mouse toy for Prismo that had a thing where it would squeak if you moved it.
I think she would love that.
And Prismo was like genuinely confused whether it was a toy or if it was alive. And he was like, meow? It was so weird. He was like meowing like a person would ask a question. He was like actually trying to figure out if it was alive or not. He was a really smart cat.
Lev!
How is he doing this?
Hey, do you think maybe he could convince your mom?
If she saw him like this, she'd strangle him with her bare hands.
Little baby. Gum Gum. Love you, Gum Gum. Such a good baby.
Not much. I heard some of your people calling him Lily.
For a long time, I didn't understand why he was questioning the laws, the traditions. When he explained to me felt inside. I told him he had to keep it to himself. I was hoping he'd snap out of it. He seemed fine for a while. But then he shaved his head. Like one of the men. It was suicide.
Is that when you ran?
First, I screamed at him. I hit him. I was so stupid.
Yeah, I have an idea. Why don't we find something to cheer him up? Come on. Well, why do you think he did it now? Shaved his head, I mean.
Last week, he got assigned his role in the community. He wanted to be a soldier like me, but they decided he was to be a wife to one of the elders. It's tradition.
Poor kid.
Yeah, sorry about your cat.
Where is Santa Barbara?
Poor kitties. If only, like, I'm sure eventually we'll have the technology to just basically make it so it, like, nobody, even animals, don't get any disease.
This is
We just
Seattle.
don't live in that time yet.
This is Santa Barbara.
And our island?
My gum
It's
gum.
too small to see, but it would be. up
Love
here.
you so much, gum gum. So fuzzy.
So far.
Yeah.
Good.
There's gotta be something left around here.
I think we just have to pick up the shark, right? Where's the shark we're supposed to find? Nice try, dipshit.
What about this?
It's perfect. Mel's wrong, you know. You're a good person.
You don't know me.
I know enough.
Abby, will you stop stealing my stuff, please?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you owned everything in the aquarium.
Yeah, well, my aquarium, my stuff. I'm just kidding. Take whatever you want. You can't.
Have you seen Lev?
Yeah, he was down that hallway. Can I talk to you?
I'll catch up.
She couldn't tell I was joking. I suck with kids.
Yeah.
They really like you, though. So, come to Santa Barbara, right?
I can't.
Why?
You know why.
We can figure this out.
It's too late.
No, it isn't. Look, I know it's a fucking mess. I know. But we can choose to be happy. Happy. We're allowed to be happy.
You hear that?
Lev! Get back here! going after her.
After who?
His mom. She's gonna kill him, Abby. Is the boat ready?
Not yet.
How much time do you need?
A few hours.
We'll head him off. We'll grab a boat from the marina. Hey, she just had surgery. I'm fine. How else am I gonna find him?
I'll go with you.
Owen?
They're heading to the fucking island.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna let her go by herself.
Actually, you are.
I can help.
Yeah, by staying here and fixing the fucking sailboat. Get your priorities straight. Yara, let's go.
Ugh. Funny how Owen likes Abby more, and then he's like, got that fucking chick he got pregnant, fucking cucked.
How you doing? I'm good.
It's like so stupid how people just, you know.
Do wolves use this
Everybody's a fucking
We got some of our
chimpanzee.
boats there.
Okay. Here. I've got you. I can do it. Let's go.
Careful. So, how do we get
Are
to
you
your
able to
village in
go
one
over
piece?
there?
There are blind spots along the coast we can boat into. From there, we'll follow backwards.
They're safe?
No.
Safest option we have.
Any chance Lev is gonna change his mind?
None. He's too stubborn.
Does he get what he's walking into?
I thought he did. He's got a soft spot for her.
I mean, it's his mom.
Yeah, well, she won't see it that way. How do we get to the marina from here?
I fucking love deep fried mushrooms. Those are the best. It's finally gonna be warm next week. I can probably make it out to the Chinese place in Ottawa. Pick up some food.
Try and keep your arm dry.
Too late for that.
Ugg
Hey,
Dug Mug
this might go
Delug.
through.
Spinach sucks. Spinach is just bullshit.
Go, go.
There's a way through here. Come on.
This game still looks so fucking good.
Boats are across the water over there. We just gotta get up to the road and go around. Okay, sounds good.
Here. Stay on the dock. I'll go get a boat and pick you up here.
No, I can help.
Not with this. I got it. Okay. Okay.
Get down! Abby, what the fuck?
Manny.
You by yourself?
Yeah.
Shit. This sniper's a fucking pro.
What are you doing out here?
The boats. We were supposed to hit the island tonight.
I have a nice big kitty on me.
I sent the guy to call for help. Backup should be on the way. Should be.
I need one of those boats. Now.
Why?
Ask me later.
Then I guess you're gonna help me take this guy out.
Let's do it.
Stay low.
Go, go.
He killed my whole fucking team.
Don't worry. We'll get him.
Fuck these trespassers.
What trespassers?
The last few days, they came out of nowhere. Hitting us hard.
This way.
See.
Quick. Why?
Don't know.
Move, move. I'm moving up.
You can go prone, bitch. Eh.
Let's get inside of that garage.
We can use this as cover.
I'm right behind you. Go. They're falling apart. We gotta move. Go, go. Here.
Fuck, he's good.
Oh shit. We should be going after them instead of the goddamn island.
How is that still on?
Might be happening right now.
Shit. Manny. What is he doing?
Shit. He's luring them to us. Get ready.
Oh. Fuck.
Down! Let's get up to the bridge.
Fuck, god damn it.
We gotta get to the bridge before he runs.
Yeah. That sucked. I can't wait to get my hands on this guy.
Here.
Oh, shit.
Go ahead, I'll cover you.
Yes, you have my permission to make Indian or vegan Janes.
Where did he go?
He couldn't have gone far.
Down!
Damn it!
There's a rock there.
Hey! ¡El pinche muerto! It's right there! Go, 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 go!
Keep the pressure up!
Shit, watch out! ¡Gas, pendejo!
You see him?
Flank him! There, there! Move up!
He's cornered! Manny.
Screw it. Let's just...
Well, her friend's brains are all over her face. That happens sometimes. There he is.
You alright? Happy? Yeah. You. Yeah. Who was that? Shit. It doesn't matter. Let's get Lev and get back to the aquarium. Come on. We'll take that boat.
Yeah, there should have been a full nude mod for Ellie and Abby. I don't know why it's so hard to make a full nude mod. It's easy in like RE4 and shit. Yeah, he didn't die from that.
Jesse? Dina? Jesse? Where are those two?
Yeah, Ellie actually has a nice, cute butt. Some nice roundness to it. It's just hard to tell. The jeans she's wearing. There is a mod where you can get her in her underwear. Why is this having so... It's weird how it has trouble opening doors sometimes.
She had a rough night. Barely could get her to keep water down.
You should have woken me up.
Is she pregnant?
Yeah?
I get why you came out here. But we gotta take her back. She needs real care and she's not gonna get that.
Yeah, I know. But I can't just leave Tommy. He's out here because of me. Maybe you could take her back.
She's not gonna leave without you. Screw it. Let's get Tommy. This aquarium that girl told you about. Tommy hasn't found Abby yet. We'll post up there until he does.
And you're good with leaving Dina by herself?
Her orders.
Okay. Let's go tell her we're leaving then.
I'll just meet you.
Oh yes, this Ellie is far better than the HBO Ellie. Oh my god, was that bad. Yes, let's get the ugliest, most unlikable girl possible to play Ellie. I literally couldn't even watch the first season of The Last of Us because, like, it was just a joke. She, you know, there's that old kind of, you know, trope. You can hire an ugly actor that's amazing at acting or a really good-looking actor that sucks at acting. She's the worst of both. She's ugly and she can't act. She just acted like some fucking stupid young millennial girl.
Does anyone stay dry in this city? Okay, go for it.
Oh yeah, the potato mod.
Thanks.
They actually have a mod for this game so that Ellie looks like Bella Ramsey.
What did you tell Dina?
They were hoping to find Tommy at the aquarium. I didn't tell her you knew. If that's what you're...
This aquarium a wolf base?
I don't think so. Nora said Abby's hiding out there.
You get her to tell you why they did it?
Yeah. Joel had falling out with some fireflies. No, former fireflies.
What kind of falling out?
He was a smuggler, and they disagreed about some goods.
Yeah, one of the best examples of just the bad acting, and I can guarantee you, like, it wasn't written in the script, it was just something they decided to go with. That scene where Ellie finds out Dina's oh my god, a frog.
You'll be leaving some of those assholes alive.
Or a toad.
Dina should be back in Jackson.
There's that scene where Ellie finds out Dina's pregnant, and then in the game, you know, Ellie's this very focused, driven person who's, like, serious and kind of thinking on task. Not necessarily thinking how other people around her feel. And then she's like, oh, well, you know, you created a problem here for me, you know? And then she, like, realizes that was kind of insensitive to Dina, and then it was, like, this kind of, you know, edgy, like, tense scene. And then in the show, oh my god, I'm gonna be a dad. Oh, like, that's just a perfect... It just sums up her fucking retarded dum-dum potato acting. You know? Like, it's like, here's a situation where you're in a fucking zombie apocalypse, you're trying to get fucking revenge on somebody and fucking murder the person. You nearly fucking just died. Getting, like, mauled to death by fucking zombies. And then you got some dumb bitch with you who, like, didn't tell you she's probably fucking pregnant and just creating more problems.
I see a light through here.
And then, like, nothing frustrates her, nothing bothers her. Just acting like some dumb millennial girl who just got off of watching, like, fucking TikTok videos. I'm gonna be a dad. It's cool. Being pregnant's awesome. Who would think, like, it's a good idea to, like, do that kind of fucking acting in that show? Like, when the... Like, when it's based off of this. Like, she's just a dumb bitch, dude. I don't fucking care that people on the internet are making fun of her for being ugly and she's feeling bad about it. Fuck you. Like, if you're gonna fucking, like, be such a shitty fucking actor, and she's a bitch, like, she said she quit veganism because she needed to pack on muscle to play Ellie. And then when the show starts, she just got fatter. Like, if you look at her from season 1 to season 2, she just got fat. Like, I like, everything about her, I just can't fucking stand. Just a shitty, fucking idiotic, brainless fucking person. Like, I actually fucking hate her. Actually, it might make sense to increase the accuracy on the piece. Decrease weapon sway. Stability or recoil? I think I'll go with recoil. It, like, actually doesn't make sense that you can put a compensator on this gun and then add a suppressor. It's a little weird. Yeah, because that wouldn't work then. You'd get gas blowing out. Guess they didn't really think of that. think there's a mod for the game where you can have infinite suppressor thingy. And I think there's a mod to change the suppressor to look like an actual suppressor, not one of the, like an oil can suppressor. Let's see, can I craft anything? Trap mines? I don't really need those now.
Hey, give me a hand.
Through here. I just gotta ask. Why didn't she tell me about it? The pregnancy.
Listen, I'm sure she'll tell you about it when she...
Going down today. All the units are wrapped up.
Who did you hear it from?
Stop now, stop. Make sure this area is clear, wait for the other units, and then take the fight to the star.
Last time...
It won't be the last time.
I'm nervous.
We're all nervous.
Damn, cool stuff. Shoot us out of the goddamn water.
Hey, fake.
You sound like them.
Don't act like there's a choice, man. Think of what'll happen.
Fuck. Fucking bitch. There's still more? Oh wow. Okay. We're dead now.
That'll do it. These wolves, man. So trigger happy.
They're at war with this fucked up cult.
Hey look, I blew him in half.
Talk about it. Seraphons or something. Seraphites.
That person's
Scars
missing
is
their
all I've ever
arm.
You run into
They don't
any?
look happy.
No.
You're lucky.
Look sad. A lot of shotgun ammo. I don't think I have much of a vasoconstrictive effect from taking nicotine because I've measured my blood pressure on and off nicotine and it doesn't really do any. It literally does nothing. I've seen no difference. Some people might experience that more than others, but I don't think I get much of a vasoconstrictive effect from nicotine. Yeah, I like working out on nicotine too. It actually does have beneficial effects for strength training. It improves nervous system efficiency, and it does improve motor learning. So, it's not like it's bad for training. What's really great about nicotine too is just when you're doing cardio, like you get an instant runner's high, and you don't get that, I don't feel like I have to, like, you know, get into cardio for like 10 minutes before I get in the groove. It just feels like I'm instantly got that runner's high and I'm like grooving.
It's a bunch of comics.
When you first started lifting, where did you get your training advice from? Did you have a personal trainer?
Really into this stuff.
Basically, I just read like muscle magazines and shit, and I just followed shit that I found in muscle magazines. I'd just do like some stuff that I saw Jay Cutler, Ronnie Coleman doing. I bought Ronnie Coleman's like workout DVDs. Kind of copied a bunch of the stuff he was doing.
I don't.
And then when YouTube became a thing, I was watching YouTube videos and, you know, just grew from there. Tried a Zyn for my coworker, it made me poo and dizzy.
Look at this.
Yeah, nicotine shits are great. I love it when I like taking a nice big fat shit before a workout. Like there's nothing better than working out after taking a big fat shit. And it's nice just being able to like take an energy drink, some nicotine, and then just taking a nice fat fucking shit just gets the poop moving out of you. And then your workout's just fucking awesome.
Okay. Where now?
Protected.
Oh fuck. That's good ammo. How did he not die? I'm gonna drop his bottle of alcohol.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I saw the Chubby Emu video where the guy misdosed the caffeine he was on. Dude's a fucking idiot.
Okay, now that's it.
This place looks like a dead end.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, that is definitely far too much caffeine. You know, it's funny how you can just buy caffeine powder.
Go Team Jackson.
And it's very easy for some dumbass to, like, miscalculate or mix it with something improperly and kill himself.
This way.
Okay.
But then steroids are illegal. Even if you inject an entire vial of testosterone all at once, nothing's gonna happen. You might get some acne or something, but, like, nothing's gonna happen. I don't even know if it's, like, technically possible to overdose on a steroid. Like, yeah, like, you can take enough Anadrol to give yourself, like, super, super high blood pressure, sure, but, like, when you're talking about acute overdose death, like, I don't know if it's technically possible. And then everyone, like, fucking flips their shit, like, steroids are dangerous. You're much safer just being a beta male faggot. Just be a beta male faggot like me. Yes, testosterone is safer than enclomiphene, without a doubt.
Can get through there?
Let's see.
There is no doubt whatsoever. Enclomiphene can make you go blind. You can develop glaucoma and have direct damage to the optic nerve from taking enclomiphene. As far as I know, testosterone can't make you go blind.
If you told me you were leaving.
I didn't think you'd be okay with all this.
I looked up to Joel. What happened to him was messed up. I would have come.
Joel liked you a lot too, you know. He used to think I had a crush on you.
Really?
I mean, you're handsome and whatever, but I'm not into your type.
What? Asians?
Yeah, that's obviously what I meant.
No, that's enclomiphene.
Wow.
This place is fucked.
Blood's still wet.
Baldy, bald, McBalderton.
Yeah.
Wait, that kind of looks like a chick. Aren't they forbidden from shaving their heads bald if they're a chick? Doesn't that look like a girl to you? Like, especially with the eyelashes? Maybe it's a dude? I don't see any stubble. Just see some feminine like... If I look at them straight on, it looks more like a dude, and then from the side, it looks more like a chick. It's hard to tell. Maybe just like some gay-looking dude. Wait, are they there? Yeah. Yeah, there's an encounter.
Got him! Sweep the area for survivors.
Damn it. Where's the dog? Damn it, it shouldn't have done that. Oh, there.
Quiet.
Dumb bitch.
That was the last one.
What if the UGL lies about third-party testing so they can sell more products? That is possible. But again, it's hard to get away with doing that shit these days because people will find out, then everyone will talk about it on the forums, and then they're going to have a bad reputation, people won't buy from them, and they're just going to choose a different UGL source. So it happens. I saw that happen with one UGL. They're selling fake Masteron, and they faked the certificate of analysis, but usually doesn't happen. Usually they also post the lab, especially if it's through Janishik. You can ask them. They'd have a batch testing number and shit, so you can actually call the Janishik thing and see if they actually got it tested. So, yeah, especially if they're getting testing through Janishek, like, they just can't get away with it. I already checked upstairs, right? Ugh. Ah, damn it, I didn't... Fuck. Pressed the button by mistake. It's kind of weird, I would have suspected more of my arrows would survive. I think when Abby shoots her crossbow, more of the crossbow bolts survive compared to Ellie's arrows. Oh man, I gotta piss. I gotta piss. I'm also fucking tired. Should probably just go to bed. Should probably just fuck your mom. Should probably just fuck your dad. Saturday, right? Or no, I guess it's Sunday today. Or no, is it Sunday? Is tomorrow Monday? When the fuck is garbage day? Oh, it's Monday. Okay, so it's garbage day. I gotta make sure I get up in the morning. Oh fuck, do I ever hate it when I miss garbage day. Oh my god, that drives me nuts. Fuck your mom, fuck your dad, fuck your mom, fuck your dad. Am I... This part always confuses the shit out of me. And I feel like I'm a retard. There we go. That's where I'm supposed to go.
I think Abby picked the aquarium on purpose. It's so damn hard to get to.
Maybe.
Oh, I gotta piss. Oh my god. Mmm. Hey, Gummy. Get your little kitty paws.
That road?
Oh my god.
Fucking far.
Cats are just so beautiful.
Or we use that.
That's better.
The mercury that's in dental fillings is not the same thing as elemental mercury. Dumbass, retard, fuckface, idiot. Moron! It's kind of like thimerosal in vaccines. It's not the type of mercury that your body can absorb.
Steal their boat.
Definitely taking their boat. It's up to them if they want to get in our way.
Mercury fillings also are arguably better.
Place is wrecked. Got it. Come on.
My chest hair gets itchy.
This way. Come on.
Need a hand? Sniper spotted at 12. I repeat, sniper sighted at the marina. Likely a trespasser. Any nearby units report. Over.
Shit. You four, take the land bridge to the marina. The rest of you, you hold here and wait for orders.
What the fuck? We're supposed to wait here while our guys are being sniped?
We have our orders. We'll have more than enough people to take care of one sniper.
Get to the marina through here.
No, we're taking their boat.
You heard them, right? They're talking about Tommy.
We don't know that.
Who else is it gonna be?
If it is him, he'll be gone by the time we get there. Abby is where he'll be headed, so if we just
What
fall,
if he's in trouble?
he can take care of himself.
Jesus Christ.
The best way to help Tommy is to go after Abby. You do this, I'm not saving your ass again.
I really hope you make it.
Fucking bitch.
Got the engine back up. Where should I put in?
Park it on the other side.
Copy. Copy, base.
Catch the raid tonight?
No. Control the perimeter.
Ugh, this is dumb. We should be out there looking for these trespassers.
Something doesn't add up about what they're doing.
You think they're working with the scars?
I'm not just trying to get through the city.
I don't care who they are. Fucker.
See anything? Answer me. Maggie? Hey, you hurt?
Nice try. Nothing gets past me.
Just like that.
Are they all dead?
Ashley! It came from the...
Oh! What? Oh my god. Didn't I have full health too? That had to have been the last one. I can't believe that. Just insta fuck you, you're dead. 21st only tillers, are you ever on this computer down here in the basement if you aren't streaming? Occasionally, yeah. Thanks for the donation though, 21st, appreciate it. I'm gonna go get to bed now. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I got a piss too. But should be on tomorrow, so see you all then.